Good afternoon. How are you guys doing? Great. Come on. We're just family here. So not a lot of people, so let's make this cozy. Are you guys having fun? That didn't sound very, Are you guys having fun or not? So you need a coffee, man. That's what you need. Okay, so my name is Alex. I'm going to be the host of this stage until the end of the day and tomorrow and on Friday. So you'll see me if you're around. It's been a pleasure joining you guys. And without further ado, we're going to introduce our next panel. We're going to talk about the evolution of mobility. Are you guys ready? Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Oh, come on. I know it's siesta time, okay? But let's try it one more time, okay? Rock and roll. I won't start until we get this right, okay? So, rock and roll? Yeah. There we go. So please welcome the moderator and the two speakers, Nicolas Rubio from Thintra, Operation Director at Thintra. Big applause. Shmuel Shafet, General Partner at Target Global. Shmuel. And last but not least, please, big applause to Berta Barrero, Managing Director, Transportation Business at Indra. Big applause, guys. Take your places.
Take the middle.
Thank you very much, and you can relax. I'm not going to make any questions, and you don't have to shout or say you like it or not. We're going to talk today about the evolution of mobility, and I'm here with two people that are going to provide us interesting insights on this. Berta Barrero is the Managing Director of the Transportation business in Indra. Indra is, I would say, the leading, if not the only, large technological company in Spain. And she will explain to us a little bit more what they do and their vision on transportation. And Shmuel Chafetz is a general partner at Target Global. Target Global is an investor in many startups, and including in mobility. And again, Shlomo will tell us about that. My name is Nicolas Rubio. I'm head of operations at Sintra. Sintra is a global toll road developer. And I'm going to start the discussion by explaining for us as a long-term investor in toll roads, what is going to happen with mobility on the long term is a very important subject. There are a number of things that are happening. There's an amazing change in technology. There is a change in the way the society is organized, the collaborative economy, the Ubers and so on. And there's a change in trends in what the new generations are, the way new generations are moving around. And that is completely changing the mobility. Many people, or there is a sort of urban tale that new technologies and new trends are going to ease congestion in the cities. And when you look at the data, what you see is exactly the opposite happening. Average speeds in New York dropped by 18% in 3 years. And the number of cars in our streets is growing dramatically in terms of cars driving in the streets and congestion building up. Same thing is happening with logistics. As soon as you take prices down, demand is going up, and we have a challenge, and we need to face that challenge. So I'm going to start with Berta. Berta, maybe you want to introduce yourself and your company, and what I wanted you to focus on today is how do you see technology trends fostering the new concept of mobility?
Well, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you, sharing our point of view regarding the future of mobility. Well, Indra, I'm the managing director from the transportation division at Indra. Indra, it's a leader in all regarding new technologies of ticketing, system control, network, all kind of operational system that can help to the operators and at the end the final user to get a good experience in transportation. From our perspective, I think that to speak about the future of mobility is to speak about a continuous processes of changing, because mobility is changing, it's an ongoing process of changing because of two main factors. One of them because the needs of users and the final user and expectation of this final user are rapidly changing. The other thing is because the technology, the new technologies can help to operators and also to the user to achieve a new experience all around the operational activities and services that needs to satisfy user expectation. Because of that, first of all, mobility is always changing because needs are changing, and technology can help to reach this expectation. The other point is now to speak about mobility is not only a question of wider and wider infrastructures and transports or faster and faster vehicles. Is a question on how technology can put intelligence and can offer new services around all of this scenario. Because of that, I think the main driver of the future of mobility are all the new technologies that are coming up in this moment to put a disruptive moment in every stakeholders in the transport sector. What kind of new situations can help technology? For example, three are the main basis of a decision maker of the final user. It's a question of time, a question of price, and a question of experience. And technologies, new technologies, are always looking for different ways to provide faster and faster means and opportunities for transport with the most reduced cost price to the user, and with the best experience during the journey in terms of safety, security, comfort, and overall, at the end, information. And with all of these names like time, price, experience, security, and safety, all around this concept is working technology to help to all the stakeholders, mainly operators like tolling concessionaires, railway operators, bus companies, and new platform of global services with mobility are using technology to reach these main objectives.
Thank you, Berta. So this amount of technology that is changing and trends that are completely changing mobility and logistics, I guess, are opening the window for opportunities to invest. Where do you see opportunities in the world of mobility? What kind of companies are you looking at? Shlomo.
So, we're a European investment firm. We look at investments from early stage to late stage in Europe and in Israel. And this year, we launched a new fund focused solely on mobility and logistics. And the reason we did mobility and logistics is because we look at them as sort of intertwined themes, particularly because the infrastructure is one. And I think that that's a big part of the way that we like to look at this space right now. Clearly it's changing dramatically. It's almost all-encompassing, right? Mobility, it's a big word. It's very buzzy right now. But it's a huge market comprised of 5 or 6 subsectors, all of them also tremendous in their own. There are a few things that are very clear to look at, like autonomous driving, like ride sharing, ride hailing. About those, particularly about autonomous driving, I tend to think that people have a tendency to underestimate long-term innovation. but to overestimate the short-term innovation. I think it's going to be a very long time until autonomous driving really impacts the way that we interact with the world. It'll start slow, eventually it'll pick up, but I think for the next sort of foreseeable future, we're just going to have to make do with what we have, with the infrastructure that we have. There's a lot of money invested in the roads, in the car parks, in the actual factories, so there's a big infrastructure that we're just going to have to get more usage out of. Because I think, as you mentioned, another billion people are going to have cars, are going to want to have cars, are going to want to travel independently in the next sort of 10, 15 years. And that's going to create a lot of pressure on the system. And together with them, the move of commerce to online commerce makes logistics much, much bigger drain on the same shared resources for transportation. So I think that, and this is a very long-winded answer, by the way, but as a general theme, we try to look at yield optimization and how do we get efficiency out of the existing resources out there as a precursor to sort of exponential innovation that comes with autonomous driving, with more, let's say, complicated flying cars. Although we did also invest in a flying car company, so, but that might be a little farther out there. So I think generally speaking, we try to look at the optimization layer right now. How do you take existing infrastructure and just put more on it? The extra billion cars, the extra whatever billions of deliveries per year.
Thank you. I have to say that Sintra is part of Ferrovial, which is one of the companies sponsoring this event. And Ferrovial has an investment in Atomico, which is a fund, and also is investing in a flying cars company. So I didn't know we were competing or we were working on the same area.
We looked at a bunch of them. I went to see one in Eastern Europe, and they promised me a demo, and I came there, and it turned out it crashed the same day. So that framed my view on the flying car space forever, probably.
So you've mentioned the more technological startups like autonomous driving. Are you also looking and investing in startups that are more on the behavior of the users, on collaborative economy?
Of course. I mean, it's important theme. So if you look at car sharing and all that sort of sharing economy piece, but I still think it's rather limited. I think in the short term, that's still going to be limited to some urban centers, to very particular type of population. I think what we're going to start to see more and more is mobility as a service, where you buy into some sort of, and this is again for more urban areas, you buy into the ability to move around, and then the service provider lets you access sort of a variety of different vehicles. Because really we today consume mobility for the worst case scenario. So you have 6 seats in your car because you have 3 kids and they might have friends and you might want to go out of town to visit your parents, but day to day you're driving to work alone. And I think if you look at optimization, that's the first problem that needs to be solved. How do we convince you to use a small car when you're going into town and then have a big car that's accessible to you when you actually need it? And accessible in the way that I think people don't like to give up optionality. That's the biggest problem of sort of shared mobility today. People really don't like to give up optionality, so they don't give up their car, they also use an Uber. And it makes cities like New York more complicated, not less complicated. And now the big challenge of that world is making it efficient enough for you to give up your car, even when you've passed this sort of 25-year-old living in the center of the city, don't care about anything phase of life.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Berta, Indra is a wide transversal technological company. You do defense, you do transportation, you do software development. With all your skills and your capacities, where do you see opportunities in mobility? In which areas of mobility is Indra investing or willing to devote time and resources?
Well, you're right. Indra, we are investing in several lines of new solutions and products to get solution for 2 questions. Optimization of the operational cost of the manager infrastructure and the operations. for example, with technologies with deep learning, machine learning, augmented reality that helps to the operators to analyze the real situation and to implement new maintenance procedures. Another line is with big data and fog and cloud computing, try to find solutions to improve the user experience and to help our customers to be more profitable in the service providing. For example, there are many, I think there are many areas where with technology we can improve not only the performance of the services, but also the experience for the user, the final user. We are working very hard also in how to analyze with predictive tools improvements in maintenance, and also how to, with machine learning, help to operators to foresee new routes or optimization of fleets. I think there are many places to work on that. But I would like to say that I think there is a challenge that is not only a question of if I want to have a car on my own or not. I think that technology could be will allow almost everything in this opportunity that you have mentioned. But there is a real challenge. We have all the stakeholders, technology companies, investment funds, operators, that is how to combine the speed of changing of the technologies and new opportunities with the real situation of legacy resources, structures of companies, assets, infrastructures. I think that we need to find the real balance to prepare the society and to prepare the regulatory bodies, the public authorities, and the operators to achieve this goal that you have mentioned. But if we not combine the time in a kind of dancing, I think we'll be faced with the stoppers from authorities, operators. I think this is a challenge. I think this is the real challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I think that speaking of that, it's important to remember that more people use bicycles to commute than cars, and that in some places, some parts of the world, not that far from here, people still functionally use horses and donkeys and for transportation. And if we look at this vision of everybody, I mean, if the transformation would be everybody has his own car, it will be a disaster in any respect. That can't be sustained. So eventually, there has to be a jump from personal mobility to shared mobility or mobility as a service, just as a question of the ability to provide that service to everybody in the world. That's a service. The sort of American suburban, have a big car in your backyard, in your driveway, and another car for your wife. That's not going to work globally. That's not going to be a sustainable solution. So everybody in this industry will eventually have to move to the more shared mobility, to the more mobility on demand, mobility as a service model, just for resources.
Thank you. I think both of you were, at the end of the day, saying something similar when you said that people tend to overestimate the short-term innovation, and we're saying that we need to still look at the assets we have got and the business we have got. I think at the end of the day, those are similar things. It's too easy to just think things are going to change completely and forget what we have on our hands than to try to optimize what we have on our hands. We have 1 minute to go, and I'm going to ask you one last question. This is, Shmuel, you were telling me that you enjoy very much Spain, and I guess that there are some people here with ideas, with startups. What kind of idea would you enjoy hearing today in the corridors that would make you think seriously in investing in a startup?
A good one, first of all. So we invest from seed to late stage, so from 250,000 euros to 25 million, all across Europe. Mobility is a big theme for us. Software as a service, and particularly SMB software as a service, is a big theme for us. Fintech is a big theme for us, and also marketplaces and everything internet-enabled is a big theme for us. So anything of that sort would be interesting to hear.
And Berta, would you partner with a startup that you find here in a corridor? What kind of a startup you'd like to cross in a corridor that would make you think, well, maybe we can team up with these guys?
Well, startups that are working on big data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to help us to provide new solutions of our customers.
Okay. Thank you. So you know, guys, what you have to do. Thanks a lot, and I think this is all. Thank you.
Very much, guys. Okay, so we're going to keep going with the good stuff. People at the back, we have free space here, so you can sit on the front row if you want to come. I don't know what this thing in Spain that everyone loves sitting at the back. So where it's dark and where you cannot see what exactly are they doing. So our next panel, I think it's going to be very interesting. Very different profiles, but very senior profiles talking about the technologies that are revolving, around traveling and traveling smarter. So the panel is called Technologies That Make Travel Smarter and Increase Customer Satisfaction, or another way of saying how to make people happy while traveling. So please welcome our next panelists, and I hope they're ready to rumble. So let's welcome the moderator, Pablo Pastega from Flixbus. Big applause to Pablo, please. Big applause to Pablo, come on. Bruno Gutierrez, head of Airbus BizLab. Bruno, there we go. Come on, there's too many people there. Big applause for Bruno, come on. Timo Butenfisch, co-founder of Cultra. Come on, Timo, big applause. Where's the moto? Where's the bike? Bosco Gutierrez, Digital BizDev for Digital Hub. Bosco, thank you for joining us. Big applause. And last but not least, my good friend Jaime Rodrigo de Santiago Concha, General Manager for Spain and Portugal for BlaBlaCar. Big applause, guys. Enjoy, stage is yours.
So, thanks all for coming here. I think we're going to start the panel by introducing ourselves. So I'm Pablo Pastega. I'm the managing director for Flixbus. Flixbus is an international transport operator and a startup company founded in Germany 5 years ago. We have 1,200 employees and operations in 27 countries. I'll let the turn to my colleagues.
So I'm Bruno Gutierrez. I founded and I'm managing actually the Airbus BizLab, which are the aerospace accelerators. We have actually 4 platforms, one in Toulouse, Hamburg, Bangalore, and newly opening the Madrid one. And well, we are corporate accelerator with a very specific concept as we are mixing up intrapreneur and entrepreneur. We call that hybrid concept, and maybe I can explain you later on that.
Hi everybody, my name is Timo. I'm co-founder of Cultra. We are a company that has 15,000 scooters in 6 different countries. Maybe some of you know us through the sharing model. We do scooter sharing. We're the largest operator in Europe. We'll end up the year with 5,000 scooters, which you can use via your app. We're in 5 cities, and we have more than 500,000 users.
Hello, I'm Bosco Gutierrez. I'm digital business development manager as a part of the team that has developed Wondo. Wondo is a mobility as a service platform. And the intention is to gather all the transport services in the city through a payment and unique ticket in order to provide that service.
Hi, my name is Jaime Rodríguez de Santiago, and I'm the general manager for BlaBlaCar in Germany and in Spain. In case you don't know BlaBlaCar, it's the world leader in mid and long distance carpooling. We have 65 million members in 22 different countries, and actually 5 million members here in Spain.
Good. So let's start with the questions. Maybe to start with, based on the title of the panel, I think everybody wants to always put the customer first. So I wanted to know from your side, how do we actually put the customer at the center of the strategy? And especially in your respective countries, how do you detect the needs of this customer, of this constantly changing customer? And how do you not only identify those needs, but how do you try to anticipate them in order to adapt your product to those needs?
I can go. As we are a company and a service that is based on a peer-to-peer community, it's very difficult not to have the customer at the center because we're built on top of the community, right? Apart from the typical incoming channels that we'll have, probably like customer service and stuff like that, maybe the most differential thing that BlaBlaCar has is what we call BlaBla Help. Everything is with BlaBla, sorry. So BlaBla Help is the service that enables advanced users and ambassadors of the service to onboard newcomers and to help other people in real time when they come to the platform. So that's a very qualitative insights that we have, both coming from those ambassadors, the BlaBla helpers, and the visitors to the website. And I think that's very peculiar to our service.
Anybody else?
Maybe in our case it's different because mobility as a service is a new product. There are little experience in a few regions. So in order to build the platform, we have to be connected to the final user. So the way we are building this platform is based in 3 columns. No? The business model is not clear how it must be developed, this model, the technology, and of course the user experience. No? So we have a user experience team and a communication team working together in order to understand the needs of the final user.
Yeah, maybe to add to this, what we do at Kultra, we do focus groups with customers, but also with people that are not customers, and we try to understand their reasons to buy. For example, in shared mobility, we found out that price, for example, is not a really relevant factor. To give an example, when we launched in Madrid our service, Car2Go was the only car-sharing operator. They were charging 19 cents. And we as scooters entered with 24 cents. So it was quite surprisingly that we as a scooter with a lighter vehicle were able to charge a higher price. So it's very important to understand what's important. For example, in this vehicle sharing world, the most important thing is density. You want to be as close as possible. When somebody opens the app, nobody wants to walk more than 2 minutes to have a vehicle close to them.
Well, a few words about our customers. You know that we are a B2B company. Well, at least we used to be a B2B company. So if I'm speaking about the aircraft, commercial aircraft division, we used to have the operators, the companies, the airline company as a customers. Nevertheless, we know that now the new trends are built by the end customers, which are the passengers. So we have launched a series of initiatives in order to connect Airbus to the end user, you as passengers, through some apps like iFly 380. You will have the opportunity to be part of a community of passengers flying on 380 and make a lot of comments about the product by itself, but not only hosting in our accelerators some startup working on B2C, like offering segmented payment of your flight ticket, things like that. So there is a move from Airbus to a pure B2B up to a B2C through digitalization.
Good. So we talked about the customers. I think another part of the question mentioned technology and the smart technology. I would like to understand, I mean, there's a group of buzzwords that we all hear about. To name a few, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, blockchain, chatbots. I would like to maybe understand a bit better, and I think the audience will also appreciate if you could maybe give us some hints on which technologies you are working on right now in your companies, and which ones you see can really have an impact in the long term in the transportation or mobility space.
I can take that one. So, as you said, there are a lot of buzzwords, and most of those are definitely useful, but maybe not for every business. I'm not sure, maybe Timo knows better, I'm not sure we're going to see autonomous bikes in the future. It would be fun to watch, but I'm not sure. But one thing we are actually working a lot with is with artificial intelligence. And it's already having an impact on our business, and it's definitely going to have more impact in the future. So right now, we're using artificial intelligence to create algorithms that allow us to connect passengers with any driver that's coming nearby them. So hence multiplying the matching and multiplying the possibilities of finding a ride. And it's obvious that in probably mid-term, long-term, we will have autonomous vehicles. How it will impact our business, it's still to be defined. I think no one really knows how it is going to be implemented or when, but it's clearly going to have an impact. So out of all those buzzwords, to me, the most impactful right now is artificial intelligence.
Yeah. In our case, I mean, I agree completely. We are using data analytics and algorithm in order to connect different journeys with different people. But what I see is in order, once we are developing that kind of services, it will pass from the mobility as a service to the passenger as a service. In that case, all of that technology could be added in order to provide new services to the user. But right now, I don't think we are in that state.
Yeah, we are using artificial intelligence and algorithms in the way when we talk about operations of our business. You might have asked yourself, these 1,200 scooters that are spread around Madrid, how do they get charged? No? So we have a team of around 80 people going around in electric vans, swapping batteries 24 hours. No? So for us, it's extremely important to optimize these operational costs in our business. So what we're trying to do is like playing a huge Tetris, no? And there's, you have to fit the right vans at the right moment to the scooters at the right moment of the day. So that's where we're using new technology. What we are also launching very soon will be dynamic pricing, because obviously, as you can imagine, along the day we have different peaks. So in the morning and in the evening, we have the key hours, no, when people are using our service. So that's when we try to optimize and in lower moments of the day to charge less prices. No, so we will introduce very soon dynamic pricing.
Well, in our case, we are using all this new technology in several aspects of our activity. Artificial intelligence, obviously, for all what is about autonomy. You have probably seen some pictures or articles about Vahana, which is our flying autonomous vehicle. So obviously, artificial intelligence is about that. VR as well in entertainment. We are trying to bring VR into the cabin for entertainment, passenger entertainment, and providing services around that. And data analytic, obviously, for all our manufacturing process. This is some and maintenance, preventive maintenance. So there is a large scope of usage for all this new technology that we are already using and that we are discovering every day.
Good. So in the world of transportation, there's basically two worlds, no? The world of urban mobility and the world of long distance travel, no? Where BlaBlaCar is and where eCultura is in the urban, no? Just to give a couple of examples. So in both of these worlds, we always have something which is called multimodality. So we need to people take different means of transport to get to one place, and actually, as you can see in latest developments, big companies, big behemoths in this world of transportation, like Uber, is buying companies which are not which are others, which are working in others means of transport, no? Bikes or scooters, right? So maybe I would like to understand also how in your companies you're envisioning this multimodality, and if you're thinking or you're considering to go not only focusing on your current product, but also get a broader picture of different means of transport and including them in your offer.
Yes, of course. I mean, from our point of view, this is too big, no? And there will be key players, and all of them must collaborate in order to create such a big platform. It's as important as the user is the transport operators, but also the public and private transport operators, the councils, and the technology around that. So probably the big challenge right now is to collaborate among all of them in order to reach a common goal. No? Right now, everything is so automated that everybody is fighting their own battles. No? So, and this probably we are wasting time, money, and effort, not doing with a same goal, no, and same.
Well, I see the future. It's a little bit for us as an operator. It's not so optimal, because I really think it will be a scenario like we know today from the hotel reservation, for example, no, with the Booking.com, who will own the customer, and there will be the hotels. And if they don't collaborate with Booking, they will not sell their rooms. So I think this is a little bit where the scenario goes. I mean, we will be an operator. It would be too ambitious to say that Kultra would be the worldwide platform for mobility. So we have to understand that value chain and see how we position ourselves in this, no? And there are different strategies. There are car sharers, they don't want to collaborate with different platforms. There are other car sharers that are open to it. I think everybody's testing right now. Everybody's talking to everybody. I mean, honestly, in the last, let's say, year, around 250 platforms have contacted us to integrate us in their because there are a lot of platforms from all different kinds, and we'll see who will win this game, no? And I believe the winner takes it all, like we see in Booking.com. That's a little bit my vision about this.
Well,
sorry,
okay,
go ahead.
Well, I think that on our side we have already tried to shape the future and to start thinking about what could be intermodality in the aeronautics. So we have just set up a partnership with Audi, and in order to work around the concept which is called the pop-up, where you're going to start your travel, your trip inside the city with an autonomous car, and then in a platform you will be picked up by a big drone and continue your intercity travel. Obviously, this is not tomorrow. No worry, don't try to book any yet. But this is just to start working on what could be intermodality and what does it mean, and what are the concerns that we will have to clear.
Yeah, I was just going to add that I think strategically it's a very interesting point, because right now we're seeing two trends. We have these 250 aggregators that contacted you, and then we have these companies that are trying to be vertically integrated, like Uber. And I think that before some consolidation happens, it's really going to be really hard to understand where all of this is going. And that's on the urban transportation, but if you go even to mid and long distances, where you guys participate too, on FlixBus, it's even more interesting, because there's a lot of things happening at the same time. There's a liberalization of a lot of markets, so train market, bus markets in some countries. So strategically, I tend to agree with Timo that eventually it will be a winner-takes-all market, but the time to get to that point is really, really difficult to predict right now.
Okay, good. So in this transportation world in which we are all in, besides the customer, which is generally the focus of all companies, we have a very important key stakeholder, which is basically the government and the different administrations that regulate different types of transport in a particular region or country, right? Like Spain. I think we've all seen the latest developments around the in-city transportation. And I wanted to also ask you about this topic, which I think is key. No? I would like to understand basically how do you think legislation and the political parties and the governments that handle all these subjects, are they really being a barrier for innovation? And maybe just to make it more interesting for the audience, let's talk about not world view but Spain view. Do you think that really in Spain the different administrations and the political parties are being a stopper for innovation? And if so, how do you think, what should we do as actors to try to change this, right?
Yeah, maybe I can start with this because it's our day-to-day, no? We're talking to governments day-to-day. First of all, number one message is every government, every administration works with the different rules, no? Barcelona and Madrid work in complete different ways right now, Valencia as well. Secondly, there are basically two ways as an operator to access the market. One is to go and throw 1,000 units in the streets without collaborating or without speaking. The other one is go first, talk to the government and understand what the rules are. We at Kutra, we have always preferred the second one. And third is really to understand the agenda. They don't have a problem with shared mobility. They don't have a problem that these are zero-emission vehicles. The main issue and the thing that is discussed about is the public space. Because the kick scooters or the free-floating bikes, they're occupying the public streets. And obviously there are certain stakeholders, certain citizens, which are against this. So this is basically the only negative effect of the free-float sharing. So that's what has to be regulated. And it has to be regulated. And it will happen. So in Barcelona, they are since 1 year already working on a regulatory framework which will go now into Pleno in October. And you've read in Madrid, they are just now published a new ordenanza which will also start regulating the free float service.
So even though Spain has been probably the most controversial country for BlaBlaCar, at the same time, I don't think Spain is particularly aggressive against innovation compared to other countries. I think each country has a different way of organizing historically, and that has its effects. And sometimes, actually, we have good news. Like last week, for the first time, we got a definition in the Spanish law about carpooling in Andalusia, actually, in the climate change law. What worries me a bit more, and it's not only about Spain, but I think we can make the broader point about Europe, it's the fragmentation of regulation. Creating a company in Europe, it's way harder than in the US or Asia because your market is absolutely fragmented with very different regulations in each country. And expanding internationally is just an obstacles race. You just need to find out how to do in every country to grow. And I don't think that's very competitive when you have Silicon Valley on one end of the world and you have Asia that is super determined and working super hard on the other end of the world. So either we fix that, or long term we're going to have a lot of problems to compete.
On our side, it's a little bit different because when you are speaking about regulation, most of the time you are speaking about security. When you are flying vehicles, the main concern is about security. So that means that each step of innovation you introduce, you will have to demonstrate and to make the demonstration to regulators that this is safe. So it's one thing to fly one autonomous vehicle. It's another challenge to fly 1,000 of them and to manage the traffic inside a city. So we know that European regulation and US regulation are quite strict. We can expect that in some other country there will be lighter. So how do we manage that? We have to work closely with the with the regulator, with this institution, in order to be sure that we in Europe, we will not lose this race, and to be sure that we will open the sky to this kind of innovation. But I mean, we know that risk management is approached differently in different countries.
Yeah. I mean, what is needed is a common policy, in order to improve and to push the innovation. The government must understand that they don't has to lead the innovation. They have to regulate and to allow the companies to improve, And in that respect, the kind of legislation they are working on sometimes in some regions are in order to avoid or to punish or to solve a problem in a short term. But they should understand that the mobility is changing and it will change for the future. So the policy must be created for the next generation, not for the next 2-3 years.
Good. So we have 4 minutes. I don't know if there are any questions in the audience. There's a hand there. Are you not, Manuel?
Hi, hello. I'm Luis, founder of TourSnap. You were mentioning about how fragmented is Europe, and actually what I've seen is that many startups go to the United States just after starting very locally and look for that option instead of trying to push forward the project within the country. I don't know what's your point on that, and I think probably many of you can talk about the experience being on travel. Thank you.
Okay, just talking regarding the mobility. Okay, probably you can go there in order to get investment, but the mobility is a global concept, but right now of local implementation. So if you want to, because of the legislation and the different stakeholders, the councils and the local public transport operators, so in that regards, probably you can get there the money, develop the technology, but the agreements and the business model must be implemented here in Europe.
I don't know. I think it's very dependent on the business model and the type of platform. In the case of BlaBlaCar, for instance, the US is an interesting market, but it's not a priority. We have other markets where we realized we could have a bigger impact. For instance, we launched Russia in 2016, early 2016, and everyone thought we were crazy, and now it's actually the second market together with France. We've realized that in some countries, different from the US, where some of the characteristics of our business don't fit that well, it would make more sense. But I think if the business model makes sense in the US, it's a great market because, as we were discussing before, it's extremely homogeneous in terms of regulation, and you have immediate access to 200 million people, essentially.
Yeah, maybe one learning from scaling up the business. We are now in 30 cities. We scaled up way too early. So whenever you can stay and, like, say, penetrate one single city deeply, that's much better than going for too many cities. The problem is once you're in a city and you're there with few users and few units, it's a problem. So my recommendation is rather stay in fewer cities and really do it well there.
Let's finish with an optimistic view. We have been lucky enough in the BizLab to host 4 US company startups who decided to move from United States to Toulouse, Hamburg, and Madrid to develop their company. So everything can happen.
Good. Well, I think time's up. Thank you very much to all the participants, and let's give a round of applause.
Thank you so much for joining, guys. Been a pleasure. Okay, here we go. Let's get ready for the next one. We give time for people to go, come in. There's free space here on the front row, guys. There you go. That's how you roll. Okay, guys, make sure you let space for my speakers to get up. Okay, you guys ready? Rock and roll? Okay, I gave them a mandate to the next speakers, so you have to help me out, okay? So if you see that the energy decreases and they start talking like this, you have my power of hosting to tell them, ooh, come on, tell us more. Higher, more energy, okay? Good? I'm gonna hear you guys, come on. What's wrong with you guys? I think it's the lights. Come on, guys, we need energy here. We need to make it, what time is it? It's 4 something. I know it's siesta time, so it's hardcore. You need coffee, right? Not yet? Coffee? Red Bull, okay, we can do Red Bull too. You know, I know the head of Red Bull Spain. We can call him and get us the truck. Okay, without further ado, my speakers, are you guys ready to rumble? Okay, you guys ready to rumble? Let's kick it. Okay, so we're gonna talk about smart living and smart cities and the eco-mobility equation. And I must say, I must confess, and I just told them before, I'm a big fan of city cars. I'm a big user. Okay, extra points. Then we're going to talk. You and I are going to talk together. So please welcome our next panelist, starting with the moderator, Alberto Alcolea from WoTrip. Big applause to Alberto, please. Seth Elliott, CMO for Free2Move. Seth, please join us. Big applause. Juan Garrigosa from NL eSolutions Innovation Iberia. Endesa, Juan. Always a pleasure having you back. Come on, guys. Last but not least, Juan Benitez, Business Developer Manager for Citi. Big applause, guys. Okay, I told them, you have to earn your water, okay?
Thank
So
you.
kick it. Oh my God. You see this guy in black? He's the boss, okay? El jefe. Guys, enjoy. Stage is yours. Enjoy, guys.
Well, thank you, Alex. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being with us today. It's a big pleasure to moderate this panel about such an important issue as smart cities and eco-mobility. Before we start with our 3 panelists of today, I would like to bring to light a couple of ideas about smart cities and eco-mobility. The first one is that we don't know the volume of the market of smart cities. But last year, around the world, being in an early stage of smart cities evolution, the whole countries of the world spend more than $100 billion in investment in smart cities, most of them in eco-mobility. And the second idea is that most of us who live in cities like Madrid, Barcelona, Berlin, or even smaller cities like Hamburg, Rotterdam, Edinburgh, we live completely surrounded by smart cities technologies and eco-mobility solutions and programs that give form to our everyday life. So, after that, I would like to present our 3 panelists of today. We are very lucky to have very high-level panelists. We've got with us Seth Elliott. He's Chief Marketing Officer of Free2Move. Free2Move is the biggest aggregator of eco-mobility services in Europe. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. We've got Juan Garrigosa from Enel. Juan Garrigosa is the Head of Innovation and Product Lab Iberia and Head of E-Mobility Innovation Global at Enel. Thank you, Juan. Welcome. And last but not least, we've got Juan Benitez from Citi. A part of Alex, who is a very big fan of Citi. I'm a big Citi fan as well. He's the Business Development Manager of B2B for Citi. And myself, I'm Alberto Alcolea. I'm the CEO of WoTrip. We are an online travel agency specialized in surprise trips. We've got clients and they don't know where they are going to until they arrive at the airport. And maybe because we have to choose the destination for our clients, we really feel this panel so fascinating because we really take care about the relationships of the city, their services, the residents, and of course, their visitors. And well, after the presentation, we can start with the main question. I would like to know, in your opinion, guys, how do you see the smart city and eco-mobility equation, and how your programs and companies participate in that equation? We can start with maybe Juan.
Why not? Okay.
Hi.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think the eco-mobility equation in Madrid, there are a number of players. These players from electric bikes, electric motorbikes, car sharings. We're not looking to replace the existing transportation systems. We are giving an opportunity to reach the gap of the last mile and first mile. So we're a last mile, first mile solution. So in no way we're looking to replace the existing ways of transport. At City, we have a number of vehicles, 500, that are fully electric, and they are 100% charged with 100% energy from renewable sources. So I think we are contributing in 5 different ways. One of them is the affordability, and So if you think about that 90% of the time cars are being parked in the streets, the private cars are being parked in the streets, then 80% of our user base, which are the millennials, have realized that they better spend money in experiences and buying a house, buying a car, rather than buying a house and rather than a car, no? So if we look at how much it costs a car per year, that's about 4,500 euros. So that multiplied by 10 years, that's 45,000. If we convert those into car sharing minutes, or it works out to be 14 euros per day for the 10 years. So effectively, you're using a city for 1 hour every day for 10 years. No? With City, obviously, you don't pay, or with the car sharings, you don't pay meters. You don't pay the parking meter. You're allowed to get into the Madrid central area with no restrictions whatsoever. And obviously, you can use the bus lane, so it's always a good benefit. I think the second way we contribute to the eco-mobility equation is the freedom of choice. So at City, we look after our citizens, what we call our users, and we giving them the choice of freedom. So they can, for as little of 5 euros, you can do a 20-minute journey to do one of those end miles or first miles or last miles. Or you can buy packs. So packs, if you want to go to IKEA and do some shopping, you can buy a 4-minute pack, or you can buy a 4 hours pack, 8 hours pack, and 24 hours packs. No? So we're giving that freedom of choice. Now you can also go to the airport with City. So if you go to the airport with a City, you can now get one of those valet agents that they can pick up your car. The third way we contribute to the eco-mobility equation is that we are a showcase to the world for electric car, and we are a perfect scenario for testing the electric car. So the manufacturers are really loving the data that they're getting out of our cars. They're loving, with all the heavy use that the electric cars are having, with the batteries, with the different temperatures in Madrid. So they're getting a breadth of information that they are taking back home. In this instance, Renault is one of our shareholders and our partner, our technology partner. They are getting all this information to improve the cars and to come out with better cars. No? And then obviously for the users are experiencing the electric car, and they are loving it. They love how quiet they are, how fast they are if you push the accelerator. So it's great. No? The fourth way that we think we can contribute to the eco-mobility equation is that we are taking congestion out of the cities, because it says that from car sharing, from one car, you can remove between 10 and 14 cars in the streets, because if people are not buying cars and are using car sharings, then we're replacing them for those. No? And then the last but not least is obviously the eco part of the equation, which is the climate change and all of that. So it's the CO2 emissions and the noise emissions. The CO2 emissions, last year, our 125,000 users have removed from the atmosphere 740 tons of CO2 emissions by doing 6.5 million kilometers in the whole year. So it's quite impressive, no? When you realize about that.
It is. Thank you, Juan.
You're welcome.
Juan, we can go on with Juan Garrigosa from Enel.
Yes. What is this equation, no? Cities, ecomobility, because it said that in the next year, 60% of the population, global population, will live in cities. So what we have done I work in a utility, and we have changed our business model, not thinking only to sell electricity and gas, the commodity, but launching new products and services to help our customers to use better the energy. So cities, we create a new business line, and we are focusing in 4 product lines. One is city, and another one is mobility. So we are not competitors of you, but we are partners, let's say. In fact, we are partners of another e-car sharing European company. What we are doing is helping you to provide these services. How? With charging infrastructure, fast charging infrastructure. They have one of the difficulties of this business is to manage and to charge all these cars just in the less time to have this asset available for the customer the much as possible. So we are helping them. We are helping them by providing fast charging technologies, and also to the cities, thinking of comprehensive solutions, not only in terms of mobility. Of course, we are helping also, for instance, the city of Barcelona with ultra-fast charging chargers for the e-buses. We can charge an e-bus in less than 5 minutes, and it's a reality. With a pantograph, we are talking something about 500 kilowatt. That is a lot, really, really a lot. But also this comprehensive solution, taking into account also the efficient street lighting, new added value services for the customers, all those related with energy, but also with some other topic like security. I mean, the important thing is the customer, what the customer needs, and how can we help with them. And then the customer change in a city. Some of them are global needs, and we are focused on them. So this is our efforts.
Thank you, Juan. Now, Seth, can you give us your vision?
Sure. So as Juan referenced, we now see 55% of the world living in urban environments today, and by 2050, 68% of us will live in cities. And cities are kind of these magical places, if you think about it, because density creates all of these positive results. It increases cultural evolution and innovation. We see dramatic productivity and output gains in dense environments. And of course, we also see these severely amazing reductions in emission and energy uses on a per capita basis in dense environments. But of course, dense environments also have their kind of down and dark side. You have congestion. You have generally pretty bad income inequalities that start to occur. You have resource depletion. So we as kind of a people need to think about how do we take technologies and apply them in a mechanism that allows us to take these urban systems and make them more integrated and more flexible and more adaptive. If you want to think of it as anti-fragile, as Nicholas Taleb would say. So it's kind of a race, right? We kind of want to use technologies to leverage the positive sides of density before the negative sides of density catch up with them. And that, therefore, brings us, unsurprisingly, to mobility, which is one of the big pieces of that. We see, and you all see, this rapid evolution in modalities and business models in mobility that's occurred over the last 5 years. So we see everything from transportation network companies like Cabify and Uber to car sharing and scooter sharing and now kick scooter sharing, ride pooling and ride hailing combined, and both peer-to-peer and free-floating types of services. And of course, on the horizon, as you've already heard, we see things like autonomous vehicles. And that's all great, and there's more evolution to come. But the issue that we see is human beings as a whole, we're pretty bad at being able to evaluate complex options in a rapid fashion. So as we start to see all these different modalities occur, part of the concern is that people just default to what they know or habituate. And one of the ways we think to solve that at Free2Move is to create basically what amounts to an on-demand mobility assistant. an application that tells you everything, first actively, about where you want to go and how the choices are to get there, whether that's across a time matrix, a proximity matrix, or a cost matrix, or even other matrices that are of importance to you, like things like sustainability and eco value. So we start with that and then roll towards the idea of being able to ingest the data from what you do regularly on an active basis to predict what you do on a regular basis and provide you even on a passive level with ideas of how you might choose different forms of modality in order to improve the equation, so to speak. We don't do all that today, although ask me again in 6 or 7 months. What we do today, where we started, was we aggregate the various sharing providers, primarily in Europe, although we're also in the US now. So we have over 70,000 different vehicles from car, scooter, and bike sharers on the platform. You can actually, in some cases, register for many of them at one time, just once, using our platform. And then you can open one map and find the closest vehicle of your choice to you and book it from within our application. That's what the initial design was, and that's the baseline for moving towards the kind of the product that I just described to you, which in of itself leads to what everyone keeps talking about in general, which is mobility as a service. Once you have the core product, it becomes easier to start providing you either a pay-as-you-go or an all-you-can-eat style service for mobility inside an urban environment. And that's what we do at Free to Move, and I should say that 2 years ago we were doing it well enough that we were acquired. We are now majority owned by Peugeot, by Group PSA in France.
Well, thank you, Seth. Well, after listening to you and your companies, I realized that you are giving form of the future of ecomobility. So with your expertise, with your knowledge, what are the biggest challenges faced by ecomobility today and in the future? We can start with Seth. You finished before, and you can start now.
I'll have a comment that's probably not so popular. One of the biggest challenges that is faced is government, and an understanding that there needs to be probably a fairly dramatic shift in how municipalities, cities, and governments in general interact with both private sector or quasi-private sector mobility providers and modalities. We see we're strong enough in terms of our data now to see the history of city development and urban form to a large extent follows transportation technologies. There's a history of how the urban environments develop. They've developed differently in Europe than they did in the United States, than they are developing in various parts of Asia. And there's generally a pattern. A transportation technology is created or developed or released. If it's necessary, there are some infrastructural changes that begin. And then as a result of that, companies and individuals geographically relocate and kind of revise their processes, and that leads to infrastructure changes. And one of the biggest issues I think we're going to see on a go-forward basis across various modalities, as well as some of the new evolving technologies like autonomous vehicles, is an understanding that there needs to be a kind of a wholesale revisiting of the infrastructure and the regulatory environment to develop it. Particularly if we, as a general rule, want to move away from encouraging owned vehicles and moving instead towards some form of shared mobility, even if that's across a whole different set of verticals. So that would be where I see the biggest challenge.
I don't see that the problem would be the technology. Technology is perfect. We have batteries enough for the whole day. I think that for me the challenge is the business model. Because they are expensive. So we need help with the regulation, as you said. We need probably national plans to support the electric mobility. In Spain, we don't have, for this year, we don't have any plan. The plan of the last year finished the subsidies in less than 24 hours. So if you have a lot of demand for something, it means that the offer is not aligned with the demand. So I think much more things can be done by government supporting the electric mobility. And it's something we can see some examples in the north of Europe where electric vehicles are a clear solution, have a clear presence in the cities. I'm talking about Denmark, where that percentage is very elevated. And it's not a question maybe of public infrastructure, because most of the people charge the cars at home or at the office. It's a question of a real national plan supporting the electric mobility.
Thank you, Juan.
I think the main challenge is intermodality and obviously the government. These are the biggest challenges. Intermodality, like Seth was saying, it's key. At the moment, transportation systems work in silos and they're not connected. And what we'd like to see is that this in the future will be connected so that you can go from A to B with a variety of ways of transportation, and that will increase efficiency and will increase the passenger journey. So it's very important for that. And then for local governments and central governments, Madrid seems to be at the head of this in terms of regulations with the new mobility plan that is launching in November, where 20% of the Madrid cars are already not able to go in through this area. So this is setting an example, and I think it should be shared, and they should have a common agenda for the whole governments, local and central governments, which in Spain is a bit difficult.
But I mean, some of these, right, are even small things. Like for you, it worked quite well in Madrid, but there's a reason why London and until recently Paris don't have a density of free-floating cars, and that has to do with parking. Right? Mm-hmm. The city has to cooperate if there's going to be any sort of effective business model for a sharing provider.
Because at the end we have national laws, regional laws, city laws, a lot of laws. Mm-hmm. So we need to clarify the scope with all of them. Should apply the same laws to the cities, to the whole cities. You can change the different rights if you are in Madrid, or if you go to Alcobendas, or if you go to Toledo. I mean, it has no sense for the owner of electric vehicle.
So maybe cooperation and centralization is one of the answers for that, right? So, well, you said before, Juan, you spoke about something very, very like apocalyptic, like running out of electricity. No electricity, the demand of electricity may or could increase in the future. Yes. With electric cars and all the eco-mobility. So I would like to ask you, all of three, about how should we get those resources that maybe we will need in the future, like electricity, like power, or maybe capital, to go through this evolution. You want to start, Juan?
Sure. I think this is the classic example of the chicken and egg situation. Everybody knows that there's got to be an investment done, but nobody really wants to put the risks out there. So I think we should follow examples like countries in the UK that already set an agenda for 2030 and 2040 for zero emissions. And this agenda comes from initiatives from the public sector and the private sector funding £400 million worth of investment to let's say, to put the chargers and make the electric vehicle possible. So unless we have something like this, I think it's going to be difficult.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yes, well, for us, an electric vehicle is a battery with wheels. Simple talking. And in the future, where we're going to need a lot of energy, probably 40% more than today. So we need new technologies. We need batteries, large batteries. We need to manage demand. We need to apply demand response programs, that the ones that are already working in the United States and some other countries with another regulation of market and with another needs, but we can take this technology to apply in Europe in this case. Also energy efficiency, this is mandatory. I'm talking not only about cars, also about buildings and houses. How can we manage the energy from one building to the other? Distributed generation, of course. We are moving from a system with very large central station to a very disseminated, small little stations, even at home. And how can we manage all this in the system? Because it's very complex. So it's something that we're working, because it's even the present, it's not the future.
I mean, I agree. It's ridiculously complex, right? And I come from a startup, so of course we like to think it's easy to innovate and disrupt and solve these problems, but you can't do it without a government component. And I think the short answer might be, because we don't have a lot of time, to start with the issue that I raised up front, which is support density. engage in activities that are designed to enable vibrant and dense cities, and that helps to lead towards lower per capita usage, and it also tends to enable the types of different modalities that we're talking about. Those modalities don't work in large parts of the United States, for example, because we have a owned vehicle culture, and it's not the emissions from an owned vehicle that causes the primary issue, although of course that's bad. It's the lifestyle that owned vehicles allow for. It's sprawl beyond an urban environment, and the more you create less and less density in regards to your living, the more actual energy gets used on a regularized basis, because now someone doesn't walk down the street to go to the bodega. They have to get in their car and drive every time they want to do something. So supporting density with things like, even totally outside of mobility even, removing height restrictions on buildings. I mean, things of this nature are all part of the equation that is necessary in order to support the outcomes that we think that we may want. But it is an incredibly complex issue, and I think that the other problem that arises is that governments traditionally are not iterative in nature. They will try something, and then it becomes the rock, the law of the land. And instead of recognizing that we need to test things, see the results, and then decide whether or not a change should be allowed, it's very difficult to do that as a politician, because then you will have made a mistake, right? Yes. You're not allowed to make mistakes when you're a politician. You're supposed to engage in activities and get them right. Mm-hmm. And we need to allow for that kind of culture, and that's an entire cultural shift. It's very difficult to do. And it depends on what region you're in, right? Autonomous vehicles are a really good example of this. The risk tolerance in the US for autonomous vehicles is probably super higher than it is. I mean, I was talking to someone from Moya, what Volkswagen owns, and we were talking about the fact that what's going to happen when the first person gets run over by an autonomous vehicle in Hanover? What is the German culture going to do, as opposed to the fact that someone was run over by an autonomous vehicle in Arizona, and it has in no real way derailed the process? That's not necessarily a good thing, but the risk tolerances are very different in various regions of the world, and that will play into this as well.
Yeah. Here, what is clear is the goal: zero emission, and I think that first time in history we had most of the government agree on that in the COP21. Then we have some changes, but it was the first time that around 90% of the countries agreed on the goal of reducing emissions, and they call it the Plan A because they said that they don't have a Plan B because we don't have a Planet B. So we have to take care of our planet because we have only one. So,
and it works better when it's outcomes focused, right? Instead of
results, but it's not easy with all the geopolitical dynamics, let's say.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Well, we've got time for one last question. And well, we were speaking about evolution in our sector. And well, evolution always creates shocks, maybe sometimes conflicts among different parts of the society. We've got one example here in Spain today with the conflict between taxi sector and Uber and Cabify. So in your opinion, how we should prepare ourselves to evit those conflicts in the future of the evolution? Juan?
Well, I think technology is here to embrace it. So, and obviously our company is based on an app. So I cannot say anything. I mean, we're not here to replace anybody's jobs. We're just here as another option for citizens to move around. So I guess in the case of the taxi sector, I think Cabify and Uber, they're new players. They're stepping the game in some aspects, and we're in favor of technology. So I think there needs to be a fair play for everybody. Mm-hmm. And as I said, without technology, we wouldn't be here. So let's embrace technology.
We are only worried about emissions, and we are supporting electric vehicles, so doesn't matter the name of the driver, so we are supporting them, whoever the driver will be. So
maybe in the future we won't have drivers anymore.
The important thing for us is to change all the contamination and to avoid all these emissions in the cities and change to electric mobility.
Fine.
I don't know. I mean, you see this anytime you have disruption in a sector. And there's definitely substantial disruption coming in the mobility sector, not the least from autonomous vehicles, but from quite a bit of other technologies as well. transparency, I think, maybe is part of the solution. It won't be the final solution, but the more that we focus on the value and outcomes of these modalities, and even though they may be disruptive in some cases, that they are designed collectively to achieve a common good. With all honesty, I think there's probably more of a conflict coming in the future between the governments and certain urban citizens and vehicle owners. I mean, right now, essentially, vehicle owners do not pay the cost of owning their vehicle when they drive into a city. The cities in the United States, for example, that have public parking, the value structure associated with those parking spaces is massive compared to what the individual drivers might pay to park there. The effect of keeping the infrastructure up is massive compared to the cost to an individual driver. So as we move towards zero emissions, as we move to trying to create cities and environments that are holistically better, whatever qualitatively we think that means, I think that there's a general belief that that's going to move towards reduction of individual vehicle ownership, and in some cases, that's where the conflict will probably arise. And so I think that a certain amount of that has to be a continued focus, not just on the private sector's profit values, which of course we all care about as private sectors, but on the collective value of what those changes mean, and making sure that the populace as a whole is made regularly aware of that, and admitting when there are mistakes. I think that one of the pieces, Silicon Valley has a lot of good and a lot of bad about it. And one of the big pieces of value that comes out of it is this, like, learn, iterate, repeat process. And if we can try and push that into the conversation in regards to governments and the change in mobility, then maybe we will be able to more effectively weather the storms of some of the conflicts that might arise.
Well, thank you, Seth. Thank you both, Juan. I think we ran out of time. Thank you, everybody, for being with us today.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for joining. You had fun?
Very much.
Yeah, do we
Good.
are we okay? Are we okay with our waters? Did we?
No, I think you were in the water. Thank you, guys. Okay. Time for movers and shakers. People going out, people coming in. Have to give them time. So while we get ready, I'll talk to you guys about something kind of interesting. See? Okay. Okay, guys, there's free spaces here at the front. There's 2 rows, 3 rows, 3 rows there, free. So I just tell you an interesting story. So any one of you here is a speaker, has ever spoken on the stage? So we've decided that we're going to rename the next talk. Right? Yeah, that's a good title. It's like people are going to go like, what is this guy going to talk about? We aid the tourist industry. Those things are important. So, okay, now people are, I hate these rooms. It takes forever for people to go out, forever for people to go in. So thank you for bearing with me. A big applause for you guys. Thank you for joining us. Big applause, guys. Come on. There you go. So, our next panel that we decided to rename it to the Startup Travel Monster. So we're going to talk about how startups are eating the travel industry, how the future of work is going to look like in the travel industry when you have all these startups disrupting the incumbents. So to talk about that, we have our next wonderful panel. So I'm going to start calling our beautiful moderator, Natalia Bayona from UNWTO. Please, Nati, welcome on stage. She used to work for us before. Now she went to the enemy. And I'll call your wonderful panelists. Panelists, are you guys ready? Paul Emile, Zap, Connected Things, please, big applause. Come on, I know this. Let's go. Ignacio Martinez, IT Director at Ineco. Nacho, thank you for joining us. Jesus Florido, Banquerie Advisor at Digitalization Portfolio Bahrain Tourist and Exhibition Authority. Big applause. And last but not least, Gabriel Perdiguero, Chief Customer and Business Transformation Officer at Iberia. Come on, guys. Floor is yours. Enjoy. You have to own the bottle. If you don't do well, I'll take the water away, okay? Guys.
Bring mine.
Okay, very good. Enjoy, guys.
Alex, thank you. To me, it's a very important day. As Alex said, I am the former Vice President of South Summit. So to me, it's a very important day. Nowadays, I'm leading the Innovation and Digital Transformation Strategy of United Nations World Tourism Organization. So to me, it's a pleasure to have you here. Those are my friends from South Summit. You are our friends in South Summit. So basically, inside UNWTO, what we do is ecosystem development. We have to join the dots, to join the governments, the startups, the academia, the investors, and of course, the institutions that are fostering the innovation ecosystem regarding tourism. So I would like to open the floor with the first question about what is the liaison or the connection between tourism and technology? Jesus, what do you have to say? Jesus is a very good friend of this house. I'm sorry, but he's from Bahrain. He's a Spanish guy that is the advisor of the CEO of the Bahrain Tourism Authority. So basically, he's very important because he's seeking about investments everywhere. And to me, it's very important to have you here in Spain for the first time in South Summit. So to you, what's the connection between technology and tourism?
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Natalia, and thank you very much, Summit. I think that this type of platforms are very important for the tourism industry. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation as well. I saw before an astronaut, so I say I don't understand why they invite a government advisor, but thank you very much. Well, I think that today we cannot understand the tourism industry without technology. Hand in hand, they work hand in hand, they are together. And let me give you some figures. If according Google travel study, 74% of the travelers, they book their trips through internet. Only 13% go to the classic travel agencies. So when we talk about tourism, we are forced to talk about technology. All of us, we have today a smartphone. Everything is in a click. Our smartphone is our best friend, it's our co-pilot, it's our map, it's our best restaurant, it's the place where we find the hotel. It's absolutely everything. So today, absolutely, we cannot understand the tourism industry without technology.
Okay, thank you. Paul, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I guess, hi everybody, I'm Paul Emile from Connect Things. We're a tech company from France, 10-year-old. We like to call ourselves the augmented location company. So we help mobile apps and clients of all sorts to engage and understand their users based on context and location. So we have lots of clients in the travel world, in the tourism world, cities, etc. Quick intro. I guess simple question, simple show of hands. Who has bought a travel guide in the last year? A book, a travel guide book. 3 hands. So that's the answer. I mean, smartphones, Jesus has mentioned them. I mean, mobile phones, they do everything for us. They're companions of everything we do, and they're companions of our travels as well, and our visits everywhere. So in a nutshell, for me, mobile phones, they really help do 2 things in the tourist context. One, they help us they help drive great visit sort of tourist experiences, whether through discovery, through navigation, through cultural tips and recommendations, through language translation nowadays. You can sort of translate instantly whatever you see through an app. So that's big one. And then big 2, they help us document, record, share. So everything we do in a touristic context, every visit we do, we now cherish it forever. We share it, we inspire others through all the tools that the mobile phones provide. So without getting into drones and all the other technology that kind of can help or drive tourism experiences, mobile phones, they're just everywhere. They do everything for us.
So that's amazing. Gabriel, Iberia is one of the top airlines here in Europe, and of course you have Hangar 51, that is a top accelerator. So how do you connect technology with airlines, with tourism? How do you do?
Yeah, thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Summit, for the invitation. So it's quite similar to what my colleagues have said. I remember when I was a kid flying to London to go to the Madrid city center, sit in a chair, and wait for someone to give me my ticket. Okay, and I was there 30 years ago. Then, after some years, we created the webs, and then suddenly all of us we could get the tickets from home. In our case, technology plays a key role, but we are having 50-50. So we still have 50% of our customers that goes through the traditional agency or corporate agreements. Okay. And in that sense, I think this is where the disruption is going to come, because at this stage we have two-speed tourism or two-speed kind of customers. Some of them more traditional and some of them much more digital, always connected. They want their experiences in a digital way. And we are working with the startups in 151 in order to deliver those digital experiences to the mobile. But for the other 50%, I think that many disruptions are to come, and agencies has to evolve and to adapt themselves, because I can see my father just not using anymore a keyboard, it's just voice. He goes, okay, Google, just tell me whatever he wants to know. Okay, and that is going to disrupt the way the senior people is accessing our services. So 100% of our customers will use digital channels. And this is something that we are preparing for in a quite open innovation way. And with this 151, incorporating startups in order to provide voice services, chatbots, and additional experiences on top of the customer journey in an agile way, because we cannot deliver everything as Iberia, and we are relying on startups.
That's amazing. And finally, you, Ignacio.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, as everybody. I want to say something regarding the books and the travel guides. When you run out of battery, that's the only way to go. So they still have a location in the market. Well, Ineco, which is my company, it's a company that is government funded, and we work in the transportation sector, and we are very active in the smart city sector. So we work with smart destination solutions regarding that part, and also with intelligent travel systems, so as to serve all the part from not just the tourists, but all the traveling solutions, right? The travel sector is really digitalized, and the tourism sector is more digitalized than that, that's for sure. But there is option to create a lot of different solutions that could be useful for people that are not already implemented somehow. For example, talking about data recovery using blockchain, for example, and also all the geolocalization services will have a lot of problems regarding the GDPR, which is the law that restrains us from taking all the information that we need to create better services. We do have a lot of things to do with chatbots and also with the speaking assistants. So there is a lot of things to do. And also in Spain, since we have a lot of tourists now, because it's now the second country in the world by number of visits, we have that as a top priority. So there is yet a lot to do, even though it is really, really already digitalized.
Okay, that's amazing. So we work in a very disruptive sector. That's one of the things that I love about tourism, that we, of course, are working in a very modern way. That's why we decided to change the name of the panel. So what's the next cookie monster regarding tourism? What's the next big thing regarding the tourism sector?
Well, I think that there are so many different things in the tourism sector. Probably, well, when we are thinking about virtual reality, augmented reality, it can be one of them. For me, it's very interesting. The other day we had a meeting with a company, and they wanted to show us the virtual reality. It's very challenging for destinations. Why? Because with virtual reality, without leaving your house, you can have a full experience. So for the destination, it's extremely challenging that we need to create experiences before the travelers, they set foot in the destination, in the country. So it can be one of them. As well, we need, and this is very important, to place the right information in the right place. This is something that from the government of Bahrain we are doing with a very important awareness campaign. From my perspective, when we're talking about destination, destination is about virtual reality. Sorry, virtual reality is I lost the track. I wanted to say something and I forgot what I want to say. I don't know if you noticed, but I came into a loop. No, basically what I want to say is like we need to. I mean, for us, it's very important to give the right information, to place the right information about the destination. For that, there is the database is extremely important as well. We need to have information. I remember a quote of Francis Bacon 400 years ago saying that information is power. In the tourism industry, information is essential. So database, I think it can be an important cookie monster.
Okay, so I agree with you. What I've seen, I've been traveling around the world in a couple of months. And what I've seen in the tourism sector is everything is data-driven oriented, you know? Not only the private sector, but also the public sector. When you're talking about the next big thing regarding tourism, big data is essential. It's not a nice to have, it's a must have. So basically, I don't know if you are working something regarding big data that you can share, or maybe Iberia can share with us, because to me, that's crucial.
We are currently working for, well, the Transportation Innovation Plan for the Ministry of Public Works in Spain, which involves creating some smart platforms in order to collect all the information that we need to have a profile of all the passengers from the public sector view. So that is really a huge advancement. But the main problem with that is also having to deal with all the law regarding that information, because we should ask people for the information that we are going to use for a specific purpose. If we are going to set that information in the platform with others, we have to solve that problem. And then there's when blockchain comes into the equation and could solve that problem. Because using smart contracts, we think that we can allow the user to tailor to allow people to see the data or not based on what they want. So that will be compliance with the law and also will allow to have all the information just collected once and shared along all the different stakeholders. And with big data, we will be able to create this profile of the passenger so as to give them better services regarding the transportation information that they need.
That's amazing to know. You have been doing an excellent job here in Spain. Have you think about scaling up your innovation strategy and to promote it abroad or to work with other countries? Or
could be centrally used in other countries, of course, but it's just a problem of having this, all the apps that are going to collect all the information. So the main problem is not the cloud part, it's the problem with the users being able to give you that information somehow in the countries. The ideal thing would be to have an information database of every single passenger around the globe. That is not going to be possible, so we have to focus on just the standards of communications between the platforms. So each country could have, for example, a smart platform that would share the information with the others. And at the end of the day, you will have that huge database, even though it's controlled by every single country.
That's amazing. So another question for you, because I love big data.
Yeah, right.
So,
basically,
one challenge regarding that smart platform that you've had in the past and for the near future, what's your challenge regarding big data?
For the platform? Well, there is no specific technological problem with that. The main problem is to have the users give you the information willingly and anonymously. That's the main idea. And then to try to mix and match all the information from the different sources, because you will have information from the railway travels, for example, from the airplane travels, and since it is anonymous information, you have to cross that reference and and to see if this user is the same as this one. Even though you don't know which user is, you have to see that this is the same very user. So that's a difficult thing to do.
That's a challenge.
Yeah, to increase the quality of data.
And you? Yeah, 3 topics, because you missed my presentation yesterday on big data. I just realized that. So I will go very quickly on that because it's fundamental for our business. The VR thing, we are doing things there and it's working very good. Yep. And the disruption in tourism. So in terms of big data, we do many things. So aircraft generates a lot of data. Every second they fly, they generates a ton of data, and we are doing many things. But I think it's even more relevant for us, the customer area, because we don't have customers. We are not lucky in that sense. So Amazon, everything starts with a customer. Just create an account and start buying things. Our customers do not exist, apart from the frequent flyers, but that there are a small group. So we have bookings, you know? We have in our database, we have bookings. And we have to figure out, we have to put all our bookings together and figure out if this booking is the same customer, more or less what you said, as this one. And to recreate a virtual view of a customer. Okay? And this is how we make it in Iberia, because our industry model do not allow us to start with a customer. We start with tickets, and big data allow us to do that. In terms of VR, I think VR for us is an opportunity because I don't know what's your view, but there are many people in the aircrafts, and lately more even. Okay, so virtual reality, we have done some tests with one startup that it came into our reservation program, which is called In-Flight VR, and the experience of putting just virtual reality and you just sit down in this seat that, to be honest, I realize that are not big for a 10 hours flight, and you feel that you are alone in the seat. And this is improving our customer experience a lot. So they can see a movie, they can do 360 that they are swimming in somewhere. So that's one thing that we are trying, and it's working very, very good in the customer journey. And finally, if I can, for me, the disruption for Iberia, because I have to as well see from the Iberia lens, it will come from the old question of prescribe or being prescribed. Okay, so I'm prescribing my customers to go to this hotel, or is this hotel prescribing my customers to fly with me? Okay, that's the question. If you go to Google and you just Google Airbnb, you will find out that Airbnb is creating experiences, okay? And it's not anymore go to where, it's go to that place and do what the locals are doing, okay? And this is what you, and probably me, we are going to do in the future, okay? And they have a small icon in Airbnb that says flights. That's terrifying for me, okay? That means that they will be prescribing my customers which company they have to fly, okay? What we have to do in that, what you say, you are fucked? No, sorry, because I can't say. What I have to do is to create the relationship with the brand, okay? We have to create that relationship with the brand, with the customers, with our customers, to put the added value so they feel, okay, it's not the same to go to the Grand Canyon with X company or going with Iberia. I prefer to go with Iberia because they take care of me, they know me, and they treat me as I deserve, okay? And they treat me exactly as I want. So that's the battle that we are currently having, at least in our industry, and this is where we are working very hard.
Thank you. Paul, do you agree, disagree? What's happening in France?
I think lots of the answers on the what's next started with the technology. I think what Gabriel just touched on in the end is very interesting. I think if we think more like societally, I think what's still very interesting and developing is how the gap between locals and tourists is sort of reducing.
Yep.
So I think there's still lots of space for products, apps, solutions that sort of keep going into that space. So obviously Airbnb experiences is a great one, but it doesn't have to come from the big guys. There's so many products or ideas that could be created to come and basically create sort of interest digital communities that sort of take over the local communities. It's less relevant nowadays who is around you, and it's more, well, who is around you this weekend that has similar interest and that you'd like to do something with. And if you're a tourist in a city, you want to meet people who have similar interests and are around. You don't want to meet other tourists, or you don't necessarily, that's not the criteria. So I think there's lots to think about in this space and ideas to be developed.
Okay,
And that will need technology to facilitate some of those encounters that will need, lots of things, but socially it's interesting.
Okay, now let's talk about the future of work in tourism. You know, tourism, it's a very human industry. To me, it's the most human sector in the world. Technology would help to find add-value jobs in the tourism sector, or it's our enemy? What do you think? What I think, to be honest, is that technology would help tourism to build add-value jobs, you know? We can find here data scientists, we can find here new type of jobs, we can find here tourist guides that would be aware about using new technologies, but that's my theory. I don't know if you agree with me or if you disagree with me.
Well, I agree with you regarding technology in general, but specifically in this sector, with the upcoming of chatbots and in thinking about what they could do in the future, maybe they will replace some of the specific human jobs works. But in general, it's going to create higher level jobs, that's for sure, but they are going to be different. And the transition between works now and in the future, it depends on how fast it is. It's going to be bumpy somehow.
Okay.
That's a difficult question. You didn't warn us in advance. So I will just try to skip somehow. What I see is our customers, what they value most, okay, is the human interaction. So our cabin crew is making the difference. So for example, in our satisfaction scores, if you ask, okay, how was your Wi-Fi on board? If that day didn't work, for whatever reason, because it's quite difficult to have Wi-Fi in an airplane. If you think about it, 100 kilometers going, it's quite difficult. But it doesn't work, has not a very big correlation with the satisfaction in the flight. So they can say, okay, the Wi-Fi was not working, but overall, I would recommend Iberia. I like the experience overall. But if they have, let's say, an issue with the cabin crew, correlates almost 100% with a bad perception of that experience. Okay, so it's human beings at the end, in our case, that the ones that are making difference of our customers. Obviously, it's the whole customer journey. The app is working. You have a good check-in, seamless, whatever. But one of the things that it correlates more with the satisfaction is the interaction with our cabin crew and with our ground agents. Then there is where data makes a difference. So if our cabin crew knows that this customer has a tight connection, and as soon as he or she arrives to the aircraft says, okay, I see here that you have a tight connection, I can see that as well because you are Australian. Here you are, a glass of water or whatever. So understanding that and having that piece of information in the right moment, in the right place, in the right channel, is what makes even that human interaction go to the extra wow. Okay? This is what we are trying to do.
That's amazing. So to me, I totally agree with you. Robots cannot replace a hug, a kiss, or a smile. So to me, technology is here to add value in our jobs. What do you think in the government?
I absolutely agree. I mean, a human factor is very important in the tourism sector. And when you are thinking in the tourism industry, 8.6% of the global labor force work in tourism. When you travel, the thing that you're looking for is an experience, a human experience. It is true that now in different hotels we can see virtual assistants. That is, I don't know in the airlines, but in hotels, in the hospitality sector, this virtual assistant is growing. But at the end, what we are looking for is a smile, is a welcome in different languages, is to feel the experience. You were mentioned before the local. You want to find something authentic. This is what in Bahrain, for example, when we decide to do our strategy, we think about the human factor, the population, how easy it is to approach the locals and grab a tea or a coffee with them. So absolutely agree that human factor is very important in the tourism industry.
And you, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, going back to the locals and the tourists and all that, I mean, I was in Nice last summer, and my Uber driver had clearly no clue where he was taking me. And I was like, don't you know around here? And he was like, no, I'm from Paris. I just came to spend my holidays in Nice. I'm doing a 4-hour gig every day on Uber. So again, jobs are changing. You can be a tourist and a worker in the same day. And there's so many sort of options for you to do that nowadays. So yeah, I think we also need to start thinking a bit differently about these things. And yeah.
We have only 1 minute. So we have here the whole ecosystem. We have a startup, we have a corporate, we have an investor, because you are investors as well. We have the governments, the institutions, the corporates. And we are missing the academia, but in my past, I used to be a startup mentor at IE. So we have the academia in another hat. But in one word, please, we have a lot of startups here. I've seen a lot of startups here today sitting and hearing you. So please, advise them. You are top of the tops. You are cracks investing and developing this tourism ecosystem. We need them, because without the startups, we are not doing anything for innovation. So what do you have to do to advise to them regarding the tourism sector?
Well, I think that there is a lot to do, as I said before. Even though it is really digitalized, there is a gap because we don't have the Uber app that does everything. So there is a place for a lot of different applications. I think that trying to use the new technologies like blockchain, augmented realities, and based everything on profiling the customers and giving a good experience could do the trick. But I'm eager to see a specific startup with a pretty good solution for that.
1 minute, 1 second.
1 second. Finally, just done. As we are B2C. B2C is great. We have 60 million customers. This is what you are looking for, our customers, okay? And we are looking for that experiences that you are going to provide to them. And when you are engaging with us, okay, just grab a table, put the table just 1 meter away from me or my colleagues or whatever, and do not stand up until I answer your questions or whatever. Just show us that passion, show us that long hours of working. This is what we were doing when we were you. So this is what we are wanting to have from a startup, that passion and that intensity into driving the customer experience for your customers. Okay?
Jesus, do you want to invite the startups to somewhere?
I will say only very, very quick. I will say that there is one word.
One word. They have to
I'm gonna give a figure. $1.6 trillion is waiting for you in Middle East. So I invite all of you to come. There is so many different possibilities. It's fine, huh?
Yeah, he's developing the first innovation summit regarding the tourism industry. So
with United Nations World Tourism Organization.
That's right. So you're more than welcome, startups, to go there. And on November the 1st.
November the 1st this year. So please, you are more than welcome to come.
I don't know if I am a speaker or moderator.
You're right.
And one word,
yeah, so
just to finalize.
Let's meet in Bahrain. I mean, I'm waiting for the invite. And then, I guess from a startup to other startups, I think let's work together, let's partner together, let's learn from each other. So reach out.
So this was an amazing panel. Welcome to South Summit. And of course, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Are we earned the bottle?
Yes, you deserve the ball.
See?
Okay. Come on, let's do the coming in, coming out, coming in, coming out. Do. Having fun, guys? Yes? I want to go to Bahrain. That would be great. How many trillion, he said? 1 point something trillion? They are demanding, though, I'll tell you that. I've worked in the Middle East, and it's extremely demanding. But they pay well and on time, which is important. Okay, are we guys ready? Still getting people out the back? Okay, we can kick it now. So, in good fashion, starting with shitty titles, we decided to change the title again because I had innovation and monetization. Oh yeah, disruption in hospitality, but we're gonna screw that. We're gonna change it. So I'm gonna call on stage and we're gonna talk about scalability on one side or profitability. What do you prefer? Money or your face on Newsweek? Huh? What do you guys prefer? Newsweek? Who prefers money? No one? Seriously? Someone there. There you go. Those are smart. Okay, so you want to be Twitter or you want to be Palantir, for example, that make shit ton of money. Okay, so to talk about this, I want to welcome our next moderator, Katja Bonnet, hotel provider head for Amadeus. Katja, thank you very much for joining us. Big applause, guys. And I want to introduce you Mr. Scale and Mr. Profit. Okay, so Mr. Profit, are you ready? So please welcome Emilio Galan, CTO and co-founder of Beyond Price. That's, sorry, Mr. Scale, I got it wrong. And Alex Gisbert, CEO of FastPay Hotels, Mr. Profit. Thank you, guys.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm glad to see that there's still so many people around. It's getting late, but this is definitely an interesting topic to stick around. As mentioned, my name is Katja Bonnet, and I'm heading the hotel provider area at Amadeus. In case you don't know what Amadeus does, we are a B2B company that works in the travel industry. So what we do is we connect travel companies into full ecosystem, either through IT or through distribution solutions. We have been investing heavily lately in hospitality. That's why I'm so excited to have two hospitality companies with me to be on that fireside chat. I have here Emilio Galan, CTO and co-founder of Beyond Price, and Alex Gisbert from FastPay Hotels. And before I go and ask them the interesting questions, I'd like to also address a little bit why we at Amadeus feel that it's how important it is actually to become profitable, no? It's great to have great ideas, innovative ideas, but at some point you need to decide if you want to play in the corporate world, you need to become profitable. Or you just want to scale and be sold off as quickly as possible. So just to understand a little bit the room, who of you, by raising your hand, is coming from a startup? Okay. And who is an investor? Okay, no investor here, and the rest is just walk in and interested in the topic, I guess. So, great. Interesting. Okay, so let's start with you, Emilio. Could you please quickly explain what Beyond Price does and what issue you're actually addressing within the hospitality industry?
Okay, thank you. Well, we realized that the main problem for hotels was maximizing their revenues. Understanding better the demand of the behavior of the consumers. So we decided to launch Beyond Price in order to help them to take better decisions and offering them a strategy platform in order to take the best decision on 4 stages. The first one on pricing decision, helping them to decide what is the best price that they have to offer to the demand in order to get more revenues. After that, also in the distribution, optimizing what channels they have to offer those rooms. And also in the loyalty area, helping them to focus on their own sales channel, the website mainly, and offering the best product on their own sales channel. And after that, also helping them on what is the position in the market they must have. What investments have to do in the market, in their hotels, in order to be focused on what kind of segment is more profitable for them.
Okay, thanks, Emilio. Alex, same question to you.
Hi.
What business issue are you addressing with your company?
So first of all, thanks to Amadeus and Katja for having me here today. FastPay Hotels is a B2B distributor. We contract hotels around the world in 77 countries, and we sell them to travel agents in 23 countries currently around the world. We apply a huge amount of technology to this, and we currently are the only player in the market today who is able to take money the very day you walk into a travel agency and make that money appear inside hotels within about 90 seconds. Traditionally, hotels get paid 90 days after you leave the hotel. Our technology allows that to happen many, many days before, and that's given us huge momentum. We're a Spanish business based in Mallorca, about 2.5 years old.
Yeah. So both of your companies, what you do in the end, you help hoteliers to become more profitable and make more money and save money. No? Alex, what part data plays in your business? Is that important?
So absolutely. I think we use an awful lot of data, demand data. Nowadays, being able to quantify where demand is coming from different countries at different times of year. We help hotels a huge amount on optimizing the B2B distribution channel, and we share an awful lot of our data with hotels. Traditionally, I think one of the opportunities for a startup with new technology is to be able to capture your data and make that a value add as you drive into the market. In my market, there are about 250 competitors that we compete with, but we systematically are impressing some of our future, particularly suppliers rather than customers, when we go to them and say, here is data about your hotels that you never knew about. That's very, very powerful. The other thing that we do is we project the amount of cash we're able to generate for our suppliers. So we have hotels come to us and say, we need $50,000 in cash in November, and we're able to say to them, we think this price point is going to work for you and it can generate money for you. But I think any startup, doesn't matter what segment you're in today, if you're able to organize your data and make that part of your value add rather than just an internal tool, I think it's a really powerful tool to get your business out there and mark some level of differentiation.
Yeah. Emilio, same question for you, because you mentioned that it's even part of your slogan, no?
Yeah.
Use of data.
Yeah, really, Beyond Price is a data-driven company. We started discovering that there was a lack of data in the market. Hotels need data to take the best decision, and we launched Beyond Price first of all at the beginning, getting data from different sources and offering them in the best way. Right now we are managing a new 30 terabytes of data every day in our platform. So 3 years ago we discovered that we have to add value on that data, because that data only will become as a commodity. So we have to add value on that data, developing algorithms on there. And now we are suggesting the hotel what are the best decisions they have to take.
Great. By the way, if you have any questions, just raise your hands, okay? So if not, we just keep on talking. So for a startup, it's super important to get money in the end, no? So, and I can imagine that getting your first paying customer is super emotional. Can you tell us a little bit how that was?
Yeah, I think obviously it's a really big moment, right? When you start signing contracts. Now, looking back 2.5 years ago, all the contracts we signed, we wish we'd changed them all, because you learn along the way, right? But I think it's a really big thing. It also breaks through a glass ceiling. We were very fortunate. Our first supplier to sign with us was Meliá Hotels in Spain. Our first distribution partner was a German travel agent. And there's nothing that turns on more other hoteliers in Spain than knowing that you have a Meliá deal. There's nothing that turns on more other travel agents in Germany than telling everybody else. And then you're going in and say, we already work with Meliá. What's wrong with you, right? Even if you have one, okay? So that's clearly very, very effective.
So good advice: be very vocal.
Well, no? I guess we were willing to. I think if you're starting in any industry, you're willing to bend the rules of your model to get the first supplier and I'm an intermediary, right? So the first supplier or the first customer, because it's the launch pad to great. You can fix the commercials in years to come, but it will give you more than just your first set of transactions.
So how was it for you on Beyond Price?
Yeah, in the case of Beyond Price, well, we think that the most important is to develop a business model and demonstrate that it's scalable. So you have to think that, well, what you are offering to the customer has value, and you have to demonstrate if you develop well the business model, you can have a sales machine in order to demonstrate that if you invest money on the sales machine, you will get return on the market. So at this moment, for example, for me, it's not as important be profitable. It's more important to demonstrate that we can scale and then demonstrate that it's profitable.
Okay. Talking a little bit about the startup environment here in Spain. So you're both based in Spain. Alex's company is based out of Palma, and you're based out of Salamanca. So can you share a little bit with the room what are the advantages or disadvantages to be actually a startup company in Spain?
For me, three things that I think call to mind. I spent, at the beginning of the business, we spent quite a lot of time in the US, and the contrast is really strong. So in the US, everyone's like patting you on the back and shaking your hand and saying, go for it, well done, go and live your dreams. And in Europe, generally, everyone looks at you and goes, why do you think you're so clever? Right? What are you going to do that we haven't invented already? Right? There's a huge amount of cynicism that you have to overcome. Okay, that's one side. Two, I think the financial and the funding environment inside is tough. I have a lot of experience, and my team have a lot of experience in this sector. We've worked for many years in this sector. Otherwise, I don't think we would have got the funding. You have to, if you're just one guy with a really bright idea, but you've never done anything before, it's really hard, I think, in Spain, whereby just raw talent, perhaps in the US, for example, counts for something. And I think that's a real disadvantage. But on the other hand, and then from a banking perspective, just virtual credit cards, setting up entities, whatever it is that you do if you rely on a bank, the banks in Spain I found difficult. If you don't have bricks and mortar and you don't have a building, they don't really understand what you do, and they don't know where to put you in the categorization. I found it hard. I found it frustrating. And we all know how difficult it is to get customers or suppliers, depending what you do. And that's ours. That, if you think about it, that's an asset to all of us, right? Beyond Price has lots of customers. When you go to any kind of bank or funding operation and then say, but I have all these contracts, they go, yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know how difficult that is. And therefore, they can't really empathize. I think it's really tough. I don't want anyone to walk away thinking it's easy. I think it's really hard.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
I think it's that. Well, I will add that in Spain right now we have a wonderful talent in order to build business models.
Yeah.
Also, I think that the quality of life of Spain is also a wonderful thing that we have to take into account.
Yeah.
Also, and also the help of the government, or national or local governments, is also that they not exist in other countries.
Yeah. And I think the other side is, and it's a less public side, but the quality of the team that you can employ in your business in Spain. I think there's some really, really talented people out there, but perhaps the labor environment in Spain, there's an awful lot of people who want safe and who want contrato fijo, as it's known here, or they want total seguridad. And so what happens is some of the more talented people say, nah, but I can go and work for Amadeus, right? Or something like that, right? Which is, or Google or something like that. And I think
less risky, yeah.
I think a lot of people want to be able to go home and sit around the table with their family and say, I work for a really cool company, and they don't want their father or their mother or their brother or their wife to say, yeah, but this thing could go bust any minute. What are you doing, right? For me, I think that's the other tough thing, where perhaps outside in Asia or in America, it's kind of like, I'm in a startup. And everyone goes, wow, lucky you. How did you find a good startup, right? I think that's the other thing in Spain, is finding the right talent. I think I have the best team in the world, obviously, but I found that hard. I think that's another thing that people don't think about when in the Spanish environment. Yeah.
And also there are some other disadvantages, like, when the Spanish brand is not as strong as we want when you go outside. And also when you try to raise an A round or B round, there are not local investors that can follow you. So I think the ecosystem is growing, but we have a lack on that stage.
True.
Yeah, just what you said about fundraising. So both of your companies are profitable, but you're still going into the next round of fundraising. So where do you see the money is coming from? Emilio, you want to start?
Yeah. Okay. Well, in our background, we have put our own money, and also we have get loans from the government and from national VCs. But if at the stage we are right now, that we want to scale our company and multiply our clients going to a new market, we have to get money from international VC. And they have enough money in order to follow the round we have right now. So when you are trying to raise more than 5 million euros, it's something that is not easy here in Spain. So you have to go out in order to raise that amount of money.
Alex?
I don't know. Perhaps I'm a bit more pragmatic. I think all good money is good. All money is good money, right? I don't care if it comes. I mean, there's certain axis of evil. I don't want the money to come from North Korea or something, right? But I generally, if it's Spanish money, American money, or German money, I'm good with it, right? It's only, however, it's more about the quality of the partner and the investor and the value add that investor brings. We're going through a funding round. We're looking at, we're talking to VCs in and out of Spain. I think we're comfortable with that. I guess the only thing that we have seen is the closer we are to Spain, the more the word profitable matters, than the further away we are. And I think that relates a little bit to what we talked about funding. So I think there's a lot of people in Spain you can send an investor deck to for a Series A or a Series B, but if you're not showing profits, you're not doing the things they want you to be doing. However, perhaps further away, what they're trying to see is how rather than your EBITDA line, they're looking at your revenue line and seeing at what pace you are growing that revenue line, because they know profit will come. I think that's the only thing that we see. I think, like you said, we're both profitable, so we cleared that box, right? But the reality is it's a really hard process. I think in and out of Spain, I don't think it's easy. If you're profitable, I think it's going to be easier. I guess that's the point, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've run out of time. Just one last question in 5 seconds to each of you. So what would you do differently if you had to start all over again?
Go as quick as possible, more quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alex?
I think if we did it again, I'd just sleep less and go even faster. I think if that's possible, it's really hard work. But just don't hold back. I think you have to be really brave. Don't be scared to introduce yourself. Turn up to everything. Shake everybody's hand. There's no. I think I'd just do more of it, right? Because if you're confident in what you're selling or and making, just push. Yeah.
Speed and bravery.
Yeah.
No?
It's called fast pay hotels, right?
Okay, thank you so much. It was really great having you here, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Hello. No?
Oisin.
He's
one of the moderators of this.
No, this is the playground. Oisin is on the sandbox one.
Sandbox.
There you go. You're welcome. Okay, a lot of free spaces over here. I see the energy's decaying by now, right? Come on, we only have 2 more and we finish the first day. Hey, you cannot be more tired than I am, because I've been presenting pitches for 3 straight hours, no stop, 3 minutes each pitch. So I think I did like 50 of those this morning. So no excuses, come on. People at the back, we have a lot of free space here. No, people at the back are already dead, I think. They're like, leave us alone. It's dark here and cozy. We're just taking a nap. Okay. Well, without further ado, let's start with our next panel. We're going to talk about accelerating the clean and sustainable energy revolution. And to talk about that, I want to introduce our fantastic panel and a fantastic moderator, Muriel Tolukima from MT Energy Resources. Big applause. Thank you very much for joining. Josep Miquel Torrosa from Business Creation Officer for InnoEnergy. Where are you, mister? There you go. He's talking. Come on, big applause. Thank you for joining us. Matt Prescott, Director for the Center of Excellence for Sustainability at Heathrow. Big applause, Matt. Thank you for joining us. John Chamberlain, Corporate Innovation at Naturgy. John, thank you for joining. And last but not least, Luis Manuel Santos, Head of Innovation at EDP Spain. Big applause. Thank you very much. Guys, the floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. That was really outstanding. Thank you for your courage to stay that late to listen to us. And we hope that you're going to get something out of this discussion. Like it was mentioned before, clean energy and sustainable energy have been one of the focus for quite some time, about more than a decade, I would say. There have been a lot of effort from government, from organizations to actually tackle the climate change issue. And our industry, the energy industry, is one of the industries that actually emit a lot of greenhouse in the atmosphere. And there's been a lot of work done. And today we actually going to talk about where we are and how we can actually accelerate the revolution that's going on in the energy sector as far as the clean energy and the sustainability is concerned. I'm going to I have with me some experts in their own area.
Yes, will be. My name is Luis Santos. I am head of...
My name's Matt Prescott, and I am running a new innovation centre at Heathrow called the Heathrow Centre of Excellence for Sustainability. And we're interested in all things to do with sustainability at airports and across the aviation sector.
Good afternoon, I'm Josep Miguel Torregrosa, working for InnoEnergy, a European company that invests in innovation. And I'm managing the business line that invests in supports startups for Spain and Portugal.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think we talk a lot about clean energy and sustainability. And I really want to know, in your own area, because you're specialists in different areas, what is clean energy and how do you actually implement it in the area that you work in. If I may start with Miguel. Josep Miguel.
Well, the role of sustainability in our company is very important because you have to think that we have installed 25 gigawatts of capacity in 14 countries, and 75% of the electricity produced in our company is from renewable sources. So we are very committed to this transformation, and we are committed to several of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So for us, this transformation, taking into account sustainability, is a must. It is in our DNA.
So strong focus on sustainability.
A strong focus, yeah.
Okay. If I may ask John to the same question.
It's a very simple question, but the answer is very complex. And I think really here we have to think. We know today that we are and have been and will be living in an energy transition. And in energy transition, you have to look at energy. What do we mean by energy? We mean energy can be electricity generation, heat production, or transport. And we live in a time that we have to find sustainable solutions. So as a company, we're a gas electricity utility. On the electricity side, We go in the same line as my friends from EDP, in that all the new plant development goes down a renewable source, wind, photovoltaic, and we're looking at sustainable solutions that still deliver a reliable product to our clients. We have to be able to deliver electricity to our clients. And then in the other areas, because we've also got the gas side, gas is a fossil fuel. It is a clean fossil fuel, but it's still a fossil fuel. So we've got a strong looking at now how we can produce green, bio, natural gas, hydrogen that can provide clean, sustainable heat and also contribute to the transport sector where in the boats, the trains, the heavy lorries, gas is probably a better fuel source than electricity, and it will be complementary to electricity. So I think we live in this world of energy transition, and we all look to provide cost-effective solutions that deliver a reliable product to the client.
Exactly. So, Matt, I mean, in your environment, in airport, how do you actually implement or use clean energy? How do you, how does it work?
Well, all of our work is framed through a plan we call Heathrow 2.0, and this is our plan for sustainable growth. As you know, or you may know, Heathrow is an airport which is looking to expand, and so we have many opportunities to implement our energy systems and services in a way which is more sustainable because we have an expansion program. And in the existing airport, we are driven by a goal to be a zero carbon airport by 2050. And so the program of work has already led us to go down the carbon neutral route, which is already in place. But we're not satisfied with being carbon neutral. Through Offset, we are investing quite considerably in a range of technologies to increasingly drive down our energy use in our buildings and in our fleet. So we have the second largest EV fleet in the UK now, and that's expanding. And as an example, Terminal 2, which is our flagship terminal, is 100% renewable now. So we procure renewable electricity. We've also procured renewable gas certificates in the last year. And we also have a biomass combined heat and power, which sources forestry waste from within, 80% is within 50 miles, and the remainder is within 100 miles of the airport, which feeds that system. So there are a number of elements in place to help drive down the energy demands in our terminal buildings. And that is something that we continue to do to the point that we want to deliver expansion without taking any more power from the grid. And Heathrow Airport is a very constrained site. It's a relatively small site for such a busy airport. And so our options are quite limited. So we really need to find innovation to deliver that. We have a considerable solar PV deployment, which is ongoing, and we're looking at all sorts of opportunities to maximize that. And the other big issue, if I may, is heat. We have too much heat, but we still need it in the wintertime. So the engineers are looking at how we can store heat effectively between the seasons using ground source heat stores and heat pumps. So there's quite a lot of innovation going on at Heathrow, and it's all aimed at this zero carbon airport objective that we have.
Okay.
So,
if I try to bring the question to my field and linking it with clean energy, sustainability, and so on, well, when we look at the fields where we have the mandate to invest, that are everything or any technology or company that it's related to producing, consuming, managing, or storing energy in a more efficient way. And here I can link the efficiency with the sustainability. And if we go to the renewables as an example for producing energy, then it's thinking about that the sources that you use for whatever you do are not unlimited. Then it's the mindset that we use. And then if we go to maybe the big mandate that we have when we think about where we can invest the resources that we have to make it easy. It's whatever that reduces CO2 emissions, which is clean energy, whatever that reduces the price of energy, that it's linked to sustainability for the impact in industry and so on, and then whatever that increases the security of the system. So this would be the...
Thank you very much. I think one of the thing that we saw, I mean, you obviously talking about a lot of innovation going on, but it looks like despite all of this and all the policies in place, there's still a gap that still needs to be filled. So I don't know how you see this gap being filled in your own area, and what are the technology that you think are actually going to drive this acceleration that we're looking for?
Referring to the gap, I think that in our industry, it's an industry that is focused on reliability. We need to keep the lights on 24 hours a day. So when someone approaches us and talks about a minimum viable product, we instead want a maximum reliable product. And when you are asking for reliability, you're asking companies to compliance of products with standards. And this is a prerequisite, is prior to any scalability. So I think this is one question that is creating this feeling of not enough acceleration of the deployment of new innovation in the energy industry. So we need to find ways to address that issue. And one way to do it is by allowing innovation in limited environments and test new things, free of rules, free of this compliance to standards, and open the possibility to test new things. I am talking about sandboxes, for example, or even places where you have the commitment of the local community to give you a permit easily, to have some kind of, like in Disneyland, you go to Disneyland and you have a fast lane. So we need fast permits to deploy equipment that is going to be tested on a very limited period of time.
Okay.
So you don't need to be asked for the same requirements to a facility that is going to last 40 years. I am going to test this product just in 18 months, so give me a fast permit and I will share with you the conclusions of it. But we need some commitment with local regulators for these environments to make testing.
So basically, you're talking about working on exceptional processes to be able to make more tests, and then that will...
Innovation deserves this special treatment.
Exactly. Thank you very much. John?
It's a very difficult question. And I think when we talk about innovation, I'm from a utility perspective. So we supply electricity, we supply gas for heat and climate control. You look at new startups, new possibilities, new research and development initiatives. And first and foremost, to be taken up and to have a chance, the regulatory and the market has to permit it. It's just not the technology. People focus too much on the technology. The whole environment has to permit new technology. We have to look at the regulation and we have to look at the marketplace. Because in our sector, the marketplace was designed with a different concept in mind, a large central production, and now we're going to smaller distributed generation. We're looking at things like storage, we're looking at things like efficiency, we're looking at everything. And so we've got to be able to work in an environment that we are permitted to try and develop new technologies. And new technologies have to understand that we're a large-scale industry that demand reliability, because our clients demand reliability. As a company, what we look forward and we look to push is that when people talk about the electricity transition, they talk about electrification. And we, as a company, we can't see electrification being the solution to heating, transport, and electricity. Well, obviously, it's electrification, but for the other two sectors. We've got to keep our options open. We've got to look at things like renewable natural gas. We've got to look at hydrogen, because there is not one solution to fit all our problems. So we've got to create the right environment, but not just technically, but regulatory market, and keep the options open to take forward the developments. And it's a slow process, and because we're such a stable, big industry, we're not a little company that can bring a new app or deliver a new product. Our product is the same today as it was 10 years ago, and will be the same in 10 years future. But how we produce it and how we manage it and how we sell it, that's where all the innovation comes. So I believe there's a lot more innovation in our sector than people see, because they see the same product. But I can tell you, and I'm sure Luz can tell you, how we do that product today is completely different to how we did it 10 years ago, and how we do it in 10 years' time will be completely different again, because now society asks us for climate change. But I think the message is to take technology forward. It's just not about having the right technology. We've also got to have the right market and the right regulations. They go hand in hand.
So it's an integrated effort, basically.
It has to be an integrated effort with the political support, the public support, etc., etc.
Okay. Thank you, John. What about in the airport environment?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think from our perspective, we're very open to receiving innovation ideas from the outside community, and that's really one of the opportunities that the Centre of Excellence provides us. We have an airport, and we want to try things out. We want to try new things, and we've got various ideas, and we need the experts from the industry to help us to define those. So, I mean, to give you a couple of examples, we're very interested in community energy, for instance. One of the issues Heathrow has is it's very close to many communities. There are a lot of people living very close to the airport. And that can cause tensions. When you run an airport, you generate noise and you cause air pollution. So we're constantly looking for ways where we can kind of have a better contract with our communities. And one of the ideas would, for instance, to be to roll out solar PV on their homes, on their roofs, and the airport commits to buying those and create some kind of community energy scheme. So again, we're not the experts, we need guidance on how to do that, but those are the kind of things we can do, and we have an appetite to test some of those ideas. And the other thing then to say about that is we also have constraints. So we're really interested in vehicle-to-grid technology. That, as I say, there's a lot of electric vehicles. We expect, for instance, with long-stay parking, there could be really good opportunities to look at vehicle-to-grid technology. But the grid isn't necessarily sufficiently up to capacity in the locations where we have those. So we have certain constraints. So we're not blind to the fact that it's not necessarily going to be easy for us to innovate in some of these areas, but for sure we have the appetite.
Okay, thank you. So basically there's no quick fix, because I think that there's a push for acceleration, but at the end of the day, we need those trials, we need this integration for the processes to have more trial to basically bring the technology and the rest forward.
Yeah, the quick fixes they've been jumped on.
Yeah.
The LEDs have been done. You know, it's kind of what's next.
Exactly. Your opinion.
To what has been said, linking for the different actors that are needed, which I fully agree. It's not a thing about good technology or not even that there is a regulation and that's it. But then I would add an actor, which is the risk takers, in a sense that there are the innovators that bring launch new companies and take the risk. Then somehow we, as investors in innovation or as investors and supporters for startups, we are taking a role here that we risk and we support and invest this. To create some reliability on those solutions or technologies, and then they go to a company, like as you said, that okay, you need to guarantee the supply. So okay, the level of risk that you're willing to take, it's really moderated. But then there has to be other actors, and here there is also regulation or the way that the policies can favor that people invest in new technologies and new companies. And then so that this gap that you were talking about from something that it's at university or research center stage can reach the market, providing the end customer or the end user something that provides comfort enough to be used in an industry like energy, which has lots of constraints, security, and so on.
Okay, thanks. So we have 5 minutes. I just want to ask each of you to actually give a word of conclusion of how you see clean energy playing a role in the future, and how do you see it, implemented, or do you have a certain technology that you believe in, that you think that we should push in your area?
Well, regarding the technology, I see that we have a need to really increase the availability of energy storage. Energy storage will be key to have renewables into the system. If we don't have energy storage, it will be very, very difficult to take advantage of renewables. And we need to have an open mind regarding energy storage, because if we look at energy storage, the best available technology, for example, in batteries now, is ion lithium. But this technology was developed 40 years ago for the industry of consumer electronics, because the high energy density of this technology was what they were looking for. So it's not the best technology for us. So we need to think in an open way to try to find what energy storage technology would be best suitable for us, because otherwise we will be competing with companies that they have the patents, they also have the demand. So when you have offer and demand, you control price and quantity. So the rest of us would be price takers. So it's not a big deal trying to buy this kind of technology. We need to think in a storage technology more suitable designed for us.
Okay, thank you. John?
It's a good question. I think in Europe we have it now agreed that there's the Paris Agreement. We have to go down this road to become sustainable, to take the CO2 emission reductions. And we also have the problem of city centre pollution. We've got to get particle emissions down. We've got to get NOx emissions down. So that, as a company, we will be promoting solutions. So I see that all solutions have a role in generation. I agree entirely with Luis that storage was fundamental, because the electricity system's a bit stupid. What you consume, you have to produce, and you balance it. Now, the trouble is that often the renewable energy is not so manageable, so we produce too much or too little, and we have to balance that with storage. So we talk about energy storage. But I'd even go further than Luis. We need a range of energy storage solutions, because we need storage that can store from 1 hour to the next hour, from 1 second to the next season, but from one season, from summer to winter. And we have to find the right solution for each different storage. There's nothing, I think the message that we see in the industry, there is not one ideal solution out there. Every solution is needed, because we have to move away from the petroleum-based industries, and every bit will have a role to play. How big that will be will depend on the crystal ball and how successful it is. I am of the opinion that we can't shut the door, but we have to have the sensible discussions that we don't try and oversimplify their questions, because a lot of the challenges are very tough.
Okay, thank you. So quickly, Matt?
Yeah, I can see the clock ticking down there. So I'm going to throw one curveball in, which is, and don't raise your eyebrows, which is we're very interested to plot the future of electric aviation, of course. Another demand for you. But of course, this is a fascinating, interesting space. And of course, absolutely inspiring for a generation of people who are interested in how we can control emissions from one of the hardest to treat sectors. So we're thinking about how do you design an airport to support electric aircraft with all the storage, charging, etc. So there's a challenge for you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, finally, I think that we're talking about energy revolution, and then, in my opinion, things happen when there are the ingredients to happen. And if you see at the ingredients that we have today, There is new technologies develop really fast, globalization, digitalization, new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, and so on, that can be applied to the energy revolution. And then there is also the social push so that this happens, the cleaner energy and so on. This drives to political push regulation. So I think that we have the right ingredients to accelerate this. And
so basically capitalize fully on the fourth revolution.
Yeah.
And, okay, thank you very much for all your insight. It's been very good. I hope you've learned a lot from our expert today. And thank you for staying that late to listen to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. You enjoyed?
Thank you. Yes, we
Good.
enjoyed it, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, last panel of the day, guys, and then we go to party. Or at least that's what they told me, right? No party for us? No? Yes, party, right? Do we have startups here? Startups from the finalists? No? I'm going to go to the startup party, so. Okay, so we have actually a very interesting panel now because we're going to see three sides of a very interesting equation around how energy corporates improve their operation and services toward final customers by interacting with startups, which I think it's one of the major themes of open innovation, and a lot of the innovation that's happening in corporates is how do you connect these two things, right? How do you connect the big machinery of corporations, and how do you work with startups without killing them in the process, right? And to talk about that, I want to introduce directly our next speaker. So first, let's welcome the moderator, Maria Sansigre from Demeter Partners, our investor side of the equation. Big applause, Maria. Thank you for joining us. Come on, guys. We're small, but we're noisy. Come on. I want to welcome Vincent Priant, president from Deepkey, from the startup world. Very good. Thank you very much, Vincent, for joining us. And last but not least, Olivia Infantes. She's the head for new products for NG and the corporate side. Big applause, guys. We have not a lot of people, but they're powerful. So drive it, okay?
Hello.
Enjoy, guys.
Hello to everyone. Well, we are speaking these days about the energy transition, and digitalization is key to decentralize the operations of the future of the grid. These days, startups and corporates are developing and testing technologies with intention of scaling up these technologies through new business models to the market. Sometimes we listen as well that corporates kill startups, but we are here to discuss how both parties create value to each other. So I will start with the first question to Olivia, because Olivia works in NG, and NG is one of Demeter's LPs, and is very, very active in open innovation and corporate investment in startups. So my first question is, what do you think the collaboration between the corporation and the startup is not only about a trending topic or a bubble, as some people think today?
First of all, I would like to give you a little view of what NG is. We are present in 70 countries around the world. We are more than 155,000 people. We are present in the whole value chain, from upstream to downstream in power and natural gas sectors, and we are also experts on energy efficiency. Like a bull in a china shop when it comes to innovation. And we are involved in the energy transition. We know that our business is changing, and we really need innovation. So that's why in 2014 we decided to create a comprehensive strategy related to innovation. Started by the relaunching of an internal trophies in order to to get advantage of all the knowledge that we have inside, but also looking for innovation outside the company. How? In two different ways. With continuous call for projects, specifically direct to find solutions for the problems of our customers. First thing. Second one, a network of spokes of innovation in each of the countries in which we were present, in order to monitor the ecosystem to find solutions interesting for us. Once we find an idea, we create an incubator and an accelerator. And when the idea is a business, we have a venture capital to invest in the most promising ideas or businesses in order to implement it within our corporation. So with all of that, I think that what I can say is that for us, it's not a trend, it's a must.
Okay. Well, Vincent is the CIO of DeepKey, and DeepKey is one of the most promising startups that we have today at Demeter's portfolio. So, yeah. I would like to know your opinion about the first pilot. So, to what extent first pilot with corporation were key enablers of DeepKey's scale-up?
Thank you, Maria, for this question, and thank you for having me today here. I can give you not only my opinion, but also an example. Actually, we are very proud of it, but our first customers 4 years ago, when we launched this venture, DeepKey, with my co-founder, Emmanuel Blanchet, it was NG European Real Estate Department. And it was for us very useful at this time for 3 reasons. First, when you start and you are 2 people and you left your job, you are very happy to have big corporates that believed in you. Otherwise, it's harder to start because launching a venture is a hard job, I can tell, and you are very happy to have someone behind you who can trust in you. The second point is, it's a good reference. I mean, it's a huge reference. When you work and you want to disrupt the data management, the energy data management technologies and market, and you have a customer like Engie, I mean, which is one of the biggest utilities in the world, it's capital. I mean, it's decisive to start your business, and you change completely the way you talk with your leads and customers because you have this. You have a reference, a big reference. And the last but not the least, I think this is the fact that these first customers and these first pilots provided us with real-life example, real-life data. You cannot build a software, a platform like our platform without real-life data, because otherwise it's just an idea, it's not a business, like Olivia said.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, in that, independently of the case of collaboration with DeepKey, can you give another examples, particularly strategic for Engie, where the collaboration with a startup has been integrated into the business?
Mm-hmm. Well, we want to become the leaders, one of the leaders of the energy transition. That means that we have to deal with new areas as clean energy sources, e-mobility services, different mobility ways. I would say flexibility of demand, etc. A lot of new issues. In each of them, we have tried to look for interesting ideas. And for example, in relation to e-mobility, we bought EVBox last year, and we also have invested in Gogoro. In relation to demand response, for example, we have invested in Kiwi Power. We invested also in Eliatech. For example, in relation to new services for cities, we also invest in Cyrادel, and of course, one of the main pillars of this energy transition is energy efficiency. And that's why we also work with DeepKey from 2014. That was the moment in which we studied the idea, we got in contact with them. We integrated their team in an incubator in order for 18 months. And we helped them to develop their business in order to go with them to the world outside. And we were their customers at the beginning. We have used their software to improve the way we manage our B2B customers. But we also use the key to analyze the behavior of some of our customers in order to implement measures that create value for us, but also for them, because they are looking for customers. So that's a win-win relation. So I think that's a good example. And I would say also maybe EVBox. EVBox is also a successful, at least by now, a successful investment, because our intention, maybe you know EVBox. EVBox is a manufacturer of charging stations for electric vehicles. And we bought them not because we want to have the hardware itself within the company and be the installers of that hardware, but because they were thinking on developing a big platform, a huge platform for e-mobility, and we consider that platform should be integrated properly within cities. So we are working with them to co-create that platforms that gives value to the cities.
Well, Vincent, I have understood part of the value proposition of this case when approaching one of the clients, but what is your value proposition, and what do you believe your clients find the most innovative and useful from your technology?
Thank you for this advertising moment. I can speak about the company. Actually, we are a young, innovative, technological company. We provide a software that collects automatically data from existing sources on building stocks, and we extract value of this data thanks to what we call machine learning, but actually which are predictive models and clustering models. And our job is to do two things, is to save our customers' time, because it's not very interesting to collect data and put them in an Excel sheet. And the second point is to get to know remotely how we can save energy and water in buildings. And we just answer this following question. Tell me who you are, little building or big building, and I tell you how much you can save, where you can save, and how you can save. Mm-hmm. And our customers value what we provide thanks to this software as an innovative technology, but they also value our past experiences. And it comes back to the previous point. When you have big customers, and when now we have more than 130 customers in our customer portfolio, you can tell, look, I'm not obliged to provide a pilot. You can trust me. You can ask my other customers. I have enough experience now in the market to provide you the service you need. The third point is, I think, trying to be professionals, and we try to always say what we do and do what we say, and our customers value this talk and this information. And the last but not the least, I would say it's being nice. I have 55 people who are nicer than me, more friendly, even more friendly. You'll see. Come to visit us in Paris, Milano, or Madrid. You have one here, very friendly as well. And we try to create a relationship with our customer, a trustful relationship.
Mm-hmm. Well, another question important to me as an investor is to understand how both parties create value to each other in a B2B context. Mm-hmm. Because sometimes it's difficult to understand how a new startup doing with a disruptive model is creating value to a client. and this is necessary to be sure that after the pilot, it will be a contract. So in your case, how startups are creating value to NG?
I'm going again to talk about DeepKey because I think it's a good example. The thing is that the product that they have help us to help our customer to identify what measures can be implemented to save money in their buildings. So from the point of view of DeepKey, we can help them to find that customers. From our point of view, we want our customers to be with us, to have a long relation with them. We have to help them in the problems that they are more interested in, and money spent in energy is a big concern in this moment. So with the measures that DeepKey, or with the information that DeepKey provide to us, we can propose different measures to our customers that we also as ENGIE are able to deploy. So DeepKey finds the value, the customer has its value, and ourselves also have work for us because we have to implement the measures. So all of us are winning in this relation, from my point of view. All of us.
Okay. And in your case, apart of the NG's example, do you have some example that corporate have created value? For example, upgrading the technology or adapting a part of the technology that you didn't realize that was so strategic, or?
Yes, that's true. I have another example with a company based in France that's called ProxyServe. Their job is to do operation and maintenance within water and energy equipment in collective housing. And actually, they have little and medium customers. Customers we wouldn't have been able to work with because the cost of acquisition for us would have been completely too important for us. And thanks to this partnership, now we have more than 1,000 additional customers, small and medium companies within our software. And it was thanks to this partnership. Otherwise, we would have gone onto these people. So for us, partnerships and partners like ProxyServe, like ENGIE, is also a way to access to middle market.
Yeah, in this context, the pilots, it's true that there are intended to scale up the technology, no? And
if you don't mind, I'm going to add something because in relation to another example, just for you to see the value that we give us to each other. In the case of EDBox, they are a whole company from the Netherlands. They were trying to sell stations. They were selling stations from 2013, I think. So, and they have a good history behind them. But with their platform, they needed someone to help them to deploy a platform that gives value to the society. With us, now they have the vision of an electricity company that knows what e-mobility is going to have to provide to the power sector. And additionally, we have opened for them the door for big corporations to sell their product, not only the station, but also the software. For example, maybe you know that in Spain you need to have a specific authorization to deal with charging stations. As ENGIE, we have that license, and we can operate their stations. So as you can see, I think that there are a lot of different ways in which we can try to collaborate. You have to find the product, the business, and you have to define how to develop it in the market with giving value to the customers.
Okay, thanks. Well, another question, I think your last question is for me, it's a real challenge as an investor, but a real challenge to scale up a startup. And I consider a real challenge as well to pass from pilot project to real business for the startup. No? And I've seen a lot of companies that are doing pilots and pilots and pilots and pilots, and they don't scale up because these pilots are not converted into real business, even if the technology works correctly. So I would like to see your opinion about the barriers. What in the case of DeepKey or a startup, in what moment do you think a startup is prepared to scale up the product within a corporation or outside with other type of clients? But when are you ready to scale?
I start?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if we are ready to scale up. We are very ready to grow and willing to grow. But what I can tell that what was main challenges so far and what are the new challenges we start facing. Main challenges we used to face, the first one was to raise awareness. When you start in a blue ocean market, you arrive and say, hey, I have a wonderful technology that will help you to do this and this, to save money, to save time, and to get a broader, more comprehensive vision of your real estate portfolio. Everybody tells you, okay, great, but we didn't wait. We didn't wait for you. So they either don't do, or they do differently with Excel sheet, with time, with other means. And the first step was to raise awareness. And we see that at the beginning it's a long process, but at the end you see more and more RFPs, you see more and more people, and companies talk to each other, and we have more opportunities. And now clearly we see it that Spain is clearly ready to launch all these new technologies, big data technologies, into real estate management. The second point is, you're right, to manage to implement the first pilots. Otherwise, you go from a pilot to another, because each new company tells you, okay, I don't know you, I don't know your technology, you are quite young, only 4 years old, only 2 years old, etc. So we need to start with a pilot. If you manage to implement the first pilots with NG, for instance, but with others as well, you can tell, look, I have big customers, blue chip customers. We finally implemented everything we wanted to implement. They're happy. You can ask them. So it's a good way to stop pilots and now we can do some pilots in new industries in which we are not, or in new markets in which we are not, but we stopped pilots with industries we know very well, and we have 10 or 20 customers now. The third point is, I forgot my third point. I had a third point, I think. Yeah. Getting investors on board. Why? For two reasons. I give you two examples. The first one is you need cash. If you want to expand internationally, you need cash. It's very expensive to open an office in a new country. It's expensive to hire. It's expensive to do some R&D, to adapt your product from a country to another. So you need cash. The second point is you need to be ready to follow up your KPIs to grow. And as an example, I would say that before Demeter Ventures get on board DeepKey's board, actually we didn't know, Emmanuel and I, how to manage the financial KPIs, but not at all. I mean, we are both engineers, and we don't know how to manage all these financial KPIs. Now we know, thanks to you. And when you have 15 employees, you cannot afford to have a CFO. So you are very happy to have financial and investors. And now the new challenges we are facing since we started the international expansion is hiring talents. It's very hard to find the good people, not only the good experienced people with good skills, set of skills, but also the people that will fit to your culture. And yeah, this is a day-to-day challenge, and it's very hard for us. The second point is to manage the culture change, because it's a continuous change. When you double your staff every year, when you change the organization of the company every 6 months, that generates a lot of issues, and people are sometimes uncomfortable with that. It's not easy at all, and we face people that leave the company, we face issues, and we need to maintain the culture, otherwise it becomes a nightmare. So this is a very hard point. And the third point, I always forgot my third point today. The third point is to know how to expand internationally. I give you an example. In Italy, we decided to open an office because we think this is a good way to do it. So we hired people there, and now we have customers, and it works, and the team is growing up. Good. But for instance, in Spain, we think that it's not only open an offices, it's also having partners who will help us to break into more quickly into the market, because it's important sometimes to have socios to be more credible in the market and to show value more quickly. So that's what we do here today.
And in your case, when do you think a corporation is internally ready to implement a technology from a startup and scale it within the business?
Well, I think that internally we use two criteria. The first one is that we have to be able, the corporation has to be able to translate into a business that really interests to the market the product of the startup. And because if you don't have a market, you don't need the product, so it's not going to be successful. And the second one is that the technology provided by the startup is correctly integrated within the processes, run smoothly within the processes, the internal processes of the corporation. I would say that two criteria are the most important for us.
So basically, it's very important that even if the technology is not finished, the CIO of the startup has the visibility of finding in the market a business case to match with the...
For the corporation, it's very important to find a business that is interesting for the customer.
Okay.
It's not more than that.
Okay. Well, I think we are done. So thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Well, same people, they stayed, okay? Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you on stage. Big applause again for them. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, we're done for the day. So for those of you that are in the startup thingies, I'll see you at WeWork in no time. And for the rest, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. opening this stage again. Thank you very much, guys. See you.
What are we waiting for? Another chance, a new romance, a better job with a big advance, the start of spring, the phone to ring. What are we waiting for? The move to make, the earth to shake, the perfect one, or your heart will break to see a sign of Valentine. Oh, yeah, what are we waiting for? The golden sun rises every day, but will it warm you too?